Yo. Good morning, Dark Lord. Got some sort of error here. What? I know exactly what it is. First bug of the night. We added the card sprite, everybody. Oh yes. Darkness, I was born in darkness. Build, Bowbaggins. All right, we're working on Deckbuilder system today. I'll show you guys what I've been doing the past couple of days. I missed last stream, and I spent the day adding the infrastructure for localization, and that is completed. So now I'm pretty sure 100% of the text is localized. Fairly certain. And it's all still in English, but it's like I just have to add in the other languages. So that's good. So we have localization in. And I also added in the beginning of the deck builder system. So I've got a card table in the database now. And I've got the initial intro animation of the cards, which I can show you right now if it works, because I haven't built it on this PC yet. Excuse me. Hey, it works. The randomization doesn't work, but it does animate in and flip. That's my initial animation. I might do something different in the end. I think I wanted to stagger them, so we'll add the stagger, and we have to add the text, obviously. And we also have to add the glow on hover, not on click. And make it so that when you click on it, you select it. And then it has to go into the little card into your interface. Another thing that I did was I finished up the coding for the detail box. So when there is a target that comes into view, you can see now his information with all his stats. So when you're clicking around on targets, you get to see the different portraits and also their current HP. And that will be automatically set. If you don't select a target, it like shows for the auto target as well as the manual target. And it does look like the shield was positioned a little too far. Here, I gotta grab my notepad. Gotta get my blankets on. It's cold today. So the interface is coming along. We're pretty much almost done once we get the once we get the deck builder system in, it's pretty much good. Let me see. Dialogue system. Or no, it's the so the detail box shield is misaligned. I'm seeing the margin is different from the initial setup here. So it's set to there, and then when we manually select the target, oh, that didn't change. Oh. It's the move target. Okay, so giving her to 2. Is that not the same here? Minus the margin. This is on the armor, and let's see. There's the culprit. And while I'm working on the interface, the deck builder system, I'm going to be working on a few portraits, the dialogue portraits. Some retooling I want to do to these. was working on these on my iPad, and it tends to be painfully slow on my iPad. So I'm hoping I can be a little more expedited here. Okay, that's solid. So in terms of the deck builder system, so this is the initial animation. First things first, we're gonna need to stagger that animation. So we're gonna be doing a little multitasking. So try to keep up. So here's the card class that I created yesterday. It's card sprite. I also created a card structure. And here I'm creating all the dynamic animations. So this is, let's see, the slide in animation. If I put in like a delay. There's already a stopwatch. What was that class where I was leveraging the stopwatch? Isn't the enemy? I also have to apologize for the very odd stream schedule that I have right now. It's like I am on another planet right now. I'm just working nonstop on the game, and my hours are just like, it's so random that sometimes it's like hard to justify streaming at very odd times. But today I was like, I just have to, even if it's like very like odd time space for me, I'm doing it. But despite not streaming, I have been making steady progress on the game, so there's a lot to show. No. Well, this is the A Sprite class, which we are extending, and there's already 2 stopwatches on it. So when we cruise into the enemy, gotta be the enemy. Danilo, howdy, welcome in. Welcome in, guys. We're doing a Charlie Brown Christmas piano stuff and getting that smooth Christmas vibe without being too over the top Christmas crap. think, was it in the, did I, here we go. Well, that's using it for the sprite sheet. Oh, you know what? It was the enemy sprite had an initial delay. I have, I've built in somewhere. Yeah, start delay. That's the DSW. Boom. Start delay. Start delay. It's right here. So we just use that system. Did I put it into the constructor? I did. Why don't we just factor that though? So we create the animation, we can factor the start delay here. So we're going to say delay start milliseconds will equal the deal order times what? Love how you made this character of the card going out, going a 3D fill. Yeah, let's go. But the tree card gives me OCD because it's not centered. It's a little asymmetry for you. There to obviously drive you particularly insane. Let's see. What should the stagger be? Let's just say it's 250. So on the enemy header, doing a little lambda there. You complete function, where are you? I had taken that out of this class. Oh, I know the Steam page I have started, but I don't have it published yet. But it is in process. I'm working hard to get initial assets here so that I can put it up. I still am reworking the splash art, the capsule art, and just getting my initial stuff built. And it's getting there. I'm getting close. Getting close. Soon though. I'm hoping before the end of this month that it'll be live. That's the goal. Loving this project. Thank you, Deno. I'm trying. It is a blend of code and design and sitting down and doing the art. And it is a perfect storm. So I'm doing a lot of stuff at once, but I'm laying a lot of very useful groundwork. So like one of the things I did in the past few days that was very useful was I put in the infrastructure for the localization. So now the game is localized, but I don't have any translations or anything, and it's not fully built. So it's like as I'm adding stuff to the system, I'll be having to expand on the localization, but the infrastructure is there. So Just have to adhere to the system. Okay, and so that's in. And then I got the, right now we're working on the card sprite, the card system. That's basically in the detail box. Targeting is functional. So this has been a very productive week. Haven't, streamed as much, but I've certainly made a lot of progress on things. The art-wise, I've done a few portraits, and I did do edits on the splash art, on the capsule art. Maybe we'll visit that today. I don't know. Hey, Wild, thank you for the sub. Some cards have like a ribbon put some text right.
RX just subscribed.
Thank you so much, Wild, for the subs. 51 months, let's go. Crazy time. Welcome to the early morning stream, my friend. I'm just starting stream. I'm gonna be going all morning. I'm late, but my sleep schedule is very weird, man. So it's just what it is right now. But Danilo, you're saying some cards have like a ribbon to put some text on it, right? What you gonna do with the cards that don't have that? Like the tree card? Dude, Danilo, the tree is the back of the card. It's asymmetrical. It just has like the gem. Maybe because like you said, you're like the asymmetry of the back of the card. It drives you crazy. Maybe it's because you didn't realize it was the back of the card. It's the back. It's not like an actual portrait. It's meant to be like, the back. And so the only thing that the back of the card serves, the only purpose it serves is to show the gem, which is to represent the school of magic that it represents. And then it flips. So check it out. Watch this, Danilo. So watch this initial animation I have. So when I just push a button right now. So here's the animation. Watch. It comes in, card backs, they flip. You see that? And right now I'm working on the stagger animation so that the cards, when they're like come in, they're staggered. So yeah, it's the back of the card. And there will always be like a ribbon for the title, and we're going to be adding the text onto the cards today as well. So that is one of the things we'll be doing today to help with the move the deck builder system along. But I'm starting by getting the initial. I need to add like a little delay to the cards as they're being dealt, so that they come in at different times and creates a little stagger. It's nice. And then I need to probably play with the animation a little more, maybe. It's just kind of like the initial groundwork of that animation. Early stream, I expected you were up all night streaming, doing my hours now. Apparently. No, I was asleep. I just woke up early in the morning here, and I'm just got to work. That's why I didn't stream on Wednesday. Because I woke up and it was like Thursday in the morning, and I was like, okay, well, I guess I'll just work, just not stream. I just felt like concentrating and not streaming that day. I don't know. Thought that was a passive stat card for the tree or something. That's so cool. You drawing the text or using any fancy typography. So I am using an open source, like a license free font that I found on the internet. That is a pixel font that was very good at tiny sizes. And then I still had to bring it into, let me see what the program is. FontForge, so that I could mess with the kerning and leading, because it was a bit messed up. Like it wasn't correctly spaced out, and so I had to go in and I made a few edits to the fonts and made it so that it'd be work proper. And it only works at one font size. I did find like an expanded size for the numbers. So like we did the we've got the numbers up top, the upper left here with the mana crystals, and I found that like larger size actually looks decent. It actually is good. So that's like one multiple of the font for the numbers that actually works, but it's like so big that I think I might want to make it small, and which means I'd have to go in and manually like edit the font at like a particular size. It's a pain in the ass. Or I need to find like another font. But like, yeah, fonts, getting fonts to print. This is the same font I'm going to be using on the cards. But yeah, that is the deal. This font, it took me a while to like sort all this out. But anyways, so let's get back to building these cards. I want to slow down the flip, but we'll start with the stagger. We'll get the stagger going. So yeah, like I'm doing a little bit of the typography, but for sure, like when you're working with pixel fonts, when they're really small, you do have to kind of get in there and still edit them and stuff. It's not like the smoothest and quickest process, but you do what you got to do. You do what you got to do to get things done. Okay, here we go. Here's the start system. Start delay. Yeah, all the way down. Okay, so card advancement, nice addition. That's understandable. I don't think I could code end stream. Oh, my friend. It is not the easiest path. All right, so that's the delay. Let's try it out. And we should also, as that's building, add some stuff to the destructor. What did I do? I'm just kind of bringing over the system from the enemy cards, so I'm just kind of borrowing stuff from here. So what did I do for the destructor for this bad boy? Where are you? I'm just going to use this. Oh. It's not a bad idea. All these bad boys. Badow. We got that stagger. Wow. So that delay, like, I could either hide it or try to position it correctly. I think I am just going to hide it. Visible equals false until it actually comes into the first animation on the update. Once that's complete, it comes into here. On the first time, it's going to say visible equals true. Let's fix that issue. What I was worried about was the complete function not being set to null. How do I handle this in other destructors? Do I just... No, that's not. Do I do anything? Oh, equals null pointer. Oh, okay. So I'm going to add this to this destructor. And let me see. I had secondary spread, secondary easing. That's fine. So I'm also going to add this over to the enemy destructor. So that's a little stagger. Maybe we time it a little better. So 250. I don't know if I want to just speed it up. I could also like do more for the animation, like maybe add like a bounce to it or a little rotation. I don't know. So for now, it's just kind of a basic dynamic animation. But we're going to keep the ball rolling here. I wanted to do some edits to this. Mainly, I just wanted to make him a wide boy. So I'm going to head. All right, there's a nice little stagger. Why don't we start adding some text to it, and then we can worry about refining the animation later. But I'm going to take a brief moment here and kind of finish this thought. I wanted to make... work wider here. Yeah, Nature, you're like, why? How can you code and stream at the same time? I'm like, I am barely doing it, man. I'm sitting here multitasking. I got to read what Danilo wrote. I got to read what you wrote. Let's see. Every time I see you making progress in the game, I feel like picking my project up again. I spent years working on a game, but set it aside to make websites since it felt easier. creating games on your own is so multidisciplinary that whenever I got to the art or music part, I felt lost. The first time I tried to make, when I got, like, that's imposter syndrome. Like when you need to do something and you stop because you feel inadequate and you feel like you're like, well, I'm no good, so I'm not going to even try. And I had that real bad. And I remember like one of the first games that I was working on when I decided to quit was a game. It was going to be called, I think it was going to be called Brick Breaking Monsters or something. It was going to be a mobile game where basically it's like a brick breaker. And just, I was trying to come up with like a simple game that wasn't overly complicated, you know, just something I could just bang out. And it's exactly, I got stuck in exactly the same way. I was doing the background art, trying to make like a castle level, and I was using like Illustrator to make it because I was like, oh, I'll just make like vector art and make it like really clean. And it was looking really generic and just not good. I wasn't studying art at the time. I wasn't very up on my drawing, my art. And so I just like was not confident at all. Like I didn't know how to be like, I didn't know how to determine whether or not something was good or bad. It was just all garbage. I was like, I can't do anything right. And so then I gave up. And it was actually around that time when I had the idea for this game. Idea for a tree game where you're the tree and there's characters trying to cut you down and you fight back. And at the time I didn't think of it as like a tower defense game. I didn't know what I thought of it as. I didn't really make that determination, but I was like, yeah, I can't do art. Another game, I was like, okay, well, I struggle with the brick breaking monsters. Maybe I don't like that game. So then I started designing another game, which was like a rhythm game. But I was going to do it in JavaScript. And like, it was going to be a spaceship. You're like going through space, and it was going to just basically be a rhythm game, but you're as a spaceship. And so then when it came to me sitting down and designing the spaceship, I looked at all of my spaceship designs and I'm like, this sucks. I can't do this. And so every time I like would sit down and try to design anything, whether it was brick breaking monsters or it was ships, it was a castle level, everything I did, everything I touched, everything I thought, I was like, this is all garbage. I'm useless at this. And I quit. And then it was like, now it's like 5 years later and I decided, you know what? I want to get good at art for the sake of being good at art because I went to school for it and I've let it go for too long. I've been too entrenched in programming for too long that I've forgot how to be creative, how to just take risks, how to just iterate and work through something that I'm not good at. Just be bad and get good. And started doing like life drawing and like just drawing copious amounts. I think I filled over the past like 3 years, like not even that much, probably only like 4 or 5 sketchbooks and like a lot of digital art. So like I drew a lot and I took a lot of care to like learn as I was doing it. And then now as I'm doing it, I still struggle with the decisions that I make. And I try to make things as elaborate as possible, but I know that all you can do is level up from where you're at. All you can do is be like, I'm only like barely able to do this thing, so I'm just going to do it till I get better at it. And you got to hang in there. You got to let yourself be bad in order to get good. It doesn't just happen. You have to like work at it. There was always going to be that work that you had to put in. There's no quick fire solution. You know? I saw this short the other day. It was this girl saying she got through college with like a marketing degree using AI, like Chat GPT for everything. And she got her degree. And she's like, I don't even know, like, I don't even think I learned anything. I just kind of weaseled through with chat, with assisted shit. And then like, now she has like a job and she's making a website. And she's never made a website before, and she's entirely using Chat GPT to do it. And it's like launching in a week. And she says she's really stressed out about it because she's not sure. She's never done it before. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's just making a website completely based off of like, you know, code that she doesn't fully understand. So she's going to launch it. Right. And here's the thing. I'm sure she can get it to like launch and look good and it can just be passable. But if it breaks down or they need to make some sort of modification to it or splice this code with that code, it's gonna bite her in the ass. It's going to be a sticky situation that in the end, she's gonna end up having to learn how things work in order to fix them and like orchestrate them. Like you can't direct a movie or you can't bring things together without understanding the underlying technologies, have like a basic understanding of how things work. Especially if you're the sole engineer who's like piecing it together. And it's like this, it's the same thing with art. You can't just magically be good at it. You have to go through like the struggle, you know? If anything, she's creating a very good situation for herself because as it crashes and burns, she's actually going to sit down and actually start studying like how to fix things. Because at first, all she's going to do is like when something goes wrong, she's just going to be like, all right, fix this. She's going to go to the prompt and she's going to be like, fix this, fix that, fix this, fix that. And it's going to get convoluted and weird. It's going to be like spaghetti code at some point. And at one point, she's just going to have to like go in and fix it. So by creating the mess, she's creating the opportunity to learn. But the secret to all of it is like you have to struggle. I mean, wasn't it Tim Burton? He was like an animator at Disney for a while. Like he just drew. He was an artist before he became Tim Burton, making all of his films. I mean, obviously he was Tim Burton the whole time, but you gotta struggle, man. You gotta get out there. You gotta sweat, you gotta cry. You have to be in touch with your inadequacies. Gotta let yourself be bad. But you also have to really want it, because I've been working on this project this whole year. So it's like pretty much at like, I keep losing track of how much time I put into the thing. What's up, Nugget? But it's honestly, it's been about 11 to 12 months. And It's intense. It's a lot of work. But it's doable, man. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to be sharing my process, and hopefully you guys are picking up your projects and working alongside me, you know? We got lots of work to do. Let's do it. Yeah, it's been a very productive week. I'm very stoked to have the localization system infrastructure implemented. Feels good. And also getting the card system started. So we're gonna add the text next to the card, but I have a bug up my ass. I need to get this this portrait for the orc going. I've been struggling with the design of the orc on the splash art and here on the portrait. I've been working on the design back and forth between the two different portraits, trying to create like a face, a personality for the orc. And I'm getting there. Like this last night I was messing with this and I'm like, I like this face. I like how he has like almost a dwarven face, a little bit like big ass nose. I shrank the ears to help make the face look bigger. I've already kind of established the beard style. So that part I've just been maintaining, and the mouth. And so really it's just coming down to like just the face in general, trying to get the personality right. Nat King Cole. I do like Nat King Cole, but after this, I'm going to get back to some Vince Guaraldi Trio. Merry Christmas. These are mixes. There we go. So you have to fix up this portrait because I did a bunch of edits to it, and when you do like edits on pixel art, like it just rips it apart. So I've had to do a lot of reconfiguring of this piece. And it usually is the case. Like I'm like always widening these characters because my instinct is to draw them a lot more narrow, like in the both the chest and in the head, everything. So then I'm like having to fight my instincts and go in and expand it until it's like a meaty, wide dude. Dudes need to be like girthy, wide. There was actually this, like, I saw this pixel art game last night actually that had the right kind of musculature that I really liked, and I took a screenshot of it. I should pull that out. Reference that. Try to get the same vibe here. I like his face more for sure. Like his face feels better. And at this point, it's a matter of honing in the musculature. So let me actually pull up this reference, see how I vibe on it. Oh, fart mystery. It's hard to get the right. I think I have to maybe get a slightly different screenshot here. Oh God. So there's this game called Red Earth, and there's this character that is a lion dude, and the way they draw his muscles is very cool, and I would like to emulate that kind of musculature. I dig it. So I'm kind of like thinking something that's a little bit like Street Fighter, a little bit like Red Earth vibe. But we'll see how well I can pull any of it off, because it's just a matter of how well I can do it. It's just so well done. Like I love the musculature, not even necessarily the gestures or like anything else about it. Just like a piece of it I love. So let me see. Let's kind of reference it on the side here. What's the best way to do this? So I like this dude's width and like muscularity. But I'm giving him kind of like a hunch that's like the it's like another screenshot I have of the Hulk from Capcom. It's got to be a better shot of that though, so let's see. I'm just pulling in a lot of reference for anatomy because I have not been practicing anatomy at all lately. So I'm gonna bust out some of these references. So I don't have like a lot of real estate. Well, I guess I could push the whole thing up. Okay, so yeah, like my pictorials as of late have been like really bulbous. So I need to get some of that angular, the angular vibe. Really helps with that. Widening. Like I want to make them wide. And I'm like a top-down angle too, so it's kind of like to think about this from like another angle. I actually should do this on another layer. I have to think of this like, how would Rake do it? One of the best artists of our time right now. Super solid artist. I would have to start like to think about gotta get into construction lines. So the way these guys are kind of lined though, they like rib cage. We have to think of it. Spread and expanding off that cage. Like this very clear diamond in the chest. So then clear cut on the top. Hey, Arya, what's going on? Your weekend started. Let's go. Love it. There you go. Starting to feel wider. That's good. Get rid of these old abs. Dumpy ads. Abs. This arm is now looking a little weird. So let's see. New layer. Save it. In fact, we'll save a new file as well. This orc has muscles. Orc looks like he doesn't believe a word I'm saying and is going to smack me upside my head. He is your spawn enemy. Like, I have to nail the face and I have to nail the anatomy because my costume designs are like very simple. I'm not very good with like elaborate costumes. And I feel like this day and age, every single character design I see, especially for games, it's just like insane level of detail, as in I think it goes a little too far. It does look cool at times, but I think like I'm not at that level where I could just be sitting here adding like endless details. So I have to make basically the fundamentals like really work. Otherwise I've got nothing. And I could sit here adding like endless accessories, but I don't feel like it would matter. Because I just don't necessarily excel at it, you know? So it's like, I'm not much of a fashion designer. So definitely that's one of those things I struggle at. But I think if you have a character that is executed well for what it is, it's all good. That's like my, that's what I'm trying to, that's my cope, I guess. It's the best way to put it. And of course I could always go back and add like more design if I feel like there's more necessary. But I was thinking these guys are going to be like barbarian, like very basic design to stuff because they don't care. Because they're savages. They're bleeding savages. Overly ornate, insane details. Call Edna mode. Oh yeah. Well, it's just not. I'm like, I think about like Conan the Barbarian, you know, or like just whatever barbarians. It's just very basic stuff. And what makes it cool is the stylization of anatomy and the expressiveness of the character. It's not the elaborate costumes. And that's what I'm hoping for, that I can pull it off through that. Through anatomy being my vessel. Especially because this is like the grunt, you know, they're not. I actually renamed this character to the orc grunt. It's the most basic character, so it's not meant to have like this. He's not going to have the elaborate armor, you know? Got to save that for the higher ups. All right, time to merge these in, except for the head. Can leave the body out. But I changed his face yesterday and I felt like it felt better. And so like I wanted to extend it to the body. The body just wasn't meaty enough. No capes. The detail level of the urukais? You mean for Lord of the Rings? I mean, I feel like it basically just comes down to anatomy. Like usually when I see orcs, it's, I mean, these are meant to be barbarians, and barbarians typically don't have like a ton of armor. And being like a warrior oriented tribe, I don't think they're, you know, they're just not like overly concerned with like their armor and stuff like that. Like, you know, if you think about like the Mongols, for instance, back in the day when Mongols were conquering the entire world, they just would never take baths. They would wear the same thing every day, like wear like armor until it would rot off their bodies because they were so savage. They just didn't care. That's kind of how I think about these guys. So maybe I should put like more wear and tear on things. Maybe that would give it like a flavor, perhaps. But I'm not to that point yet here. Just gotta add more details. Oops, not that. Let's do it to this layer. This is what makes like drawing pixel art portraits difficult, because like a lot of these lines you have to like go back and like clean up. It's like the slow part of pixel art.
Come on.
Teddy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, I captured the wide body. Now, let's jump back into the code and do a little bit of, let's see, we should set the text. Now the text won't ever change. We will need to have animations for each piece of text. And there's only 2 texts as of right now. There's going to be the title, and there's going to be the description. Plus we have the secondary. So let's see, what are we going to do? We want to add sprite. So we got our title, texture, and our description. Texture. And I want to grab the color. I want to add this from the detail box that's in the interface, so we can grab the mana label color. No, the cards texture, cards icon. Where was? Where is the body? So body font and body color. We can use those. Stash those next to these guys. Body font, body color, that's fine. I'm gonna crack into the interface. Initially, we want to go into the destructor. And is it just, yeah, we just do that. All right, so going to destroy the title texture, except I just call it title. I'm normally adding texture into the name. Texture. make sure and destroy these. Description. Texture. And in the in the interface we have like a whole bunch of stuff that we just added for the text stuff. So we will do that here, fine. On the set target function, here we open the font. I can actually just do this in the constructor. So we've got our font loaded. We want to grab the font. Body color. We want the body color here. Set that. And set the body color. If I was doing more than 2 textures here, like a bunch of text for whatever reason, I would probably put this into a function, but I'm going to end up repeating this code. Just because I'm doing it twice tends to be my limit. Probably should be a better limit than that, but so we got the T card. So T card dot title, and then we're going to convert that to a C string, and that is going to be a single line of text rendered. And then we will do text surface, make sure that it has a blend mode. And before we free the surface, we're going to create another font based on that. It's based on the... Okay, so... Why am I querying these textures? If we have a loaded surface, that would tell us the width and the height. So we're gonna say title title source rect is going to width is going to equal text surface dot width, and height I'm going to use the same information for the destination rectangle. And then we'll create the new one for the description. Stuff that into the description texture. And on the description, we're going to have to give it a wrap. So I'm going to change it to the wrapped function, which is going to include a wrap length, which oh, we're getting into that B-side stuff. I guess we got to change music. I think we got enough of that business. So let's crack open our list, and we'll just do random on our game list. So, okay, so what do I want to do here? We want to get what is that? 3? So it's 82 for the wrap. 82 for the wrap. And in terms of its position, we want to come in, grab it from there. This position is going to be probably different per layout. Unless I do like consistent size for the two different layouts. So we're going to have to add a layout. But the best thing we could do is just a Y for each value. So why don't we just add that to the database? So we'll crack open the card database, card table, and we're going to add title Y integer, and we're going to add description Y integer. And we should stick those next to their counterparts here. basically each card is going to have potentially a unique position, probably only 2 different positions, but we like flexibility, so we're going to go with this system. So then let's measure up. So this is the Y for the description on the meteor storm, and that is 110. 110 on the meteor storm. Let's see for the other card types. It's pretty much different on all the other ones because this is the only one that's like this so far. So all the other ones are going to be like this type. So 112 for the rest. Okay. And for the title, let's pull in. Why do you? Let's assume. Damn it. Okay. Fine, bro. Fine. Let's pull in here. Let's go to this. New. All right, so is this consistent? 112, 113. Well, so 98 for that, and then this is 4 pixels. 4 pixels off the top. And that is going to be 27 on the title Y. All right.
Come on.
Too Spiffy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Continue working on the orc intermittently here. All right, so now we have to add some stuff. So get rid of this, finish this thought. Go to the errors. Now we got to jump into the database. Oh, before we do, we have to go into the structure, go to the card structure, and we need to add a couple of integers. So we're going to need title Y, and we need description Y, and then pop into the database. We grab the cards. Where's the card call? So here's the card SQL call. So we're going to add in the title Y and the description Y to the SQL call. Then we add to the integers title Y, title Y. And the description. Huh? That's what I thought. All right, so then here we have at the Y position. And we'll have a consistent X position based off, and that should be consistent regardless. So this is positions relative to the card itself. So I'll have to be sure. Here, I'll keep that reference in there. And we can hide that, save it. So let's cruise back. Where were we? This is actually only going to apply to the description. The title is always going to be centered. Okay, so we've got our wrapped text. We've got our title, and we've got our initial positioning. So now we have to create animations for them. So they're always going to be in a fixed position. So we only have to animate the rotation from the position it'll end up in. So there's going to be easing for the text. Is there going to be text? Easing in. So we'll say title easing in. Description easing in. And then we're going to need title easing out. Description easing out. Title select easing out. Description select easing out. So we got our easing in complete, easing out complete. I have like some redundancies here, as if I'm going to be loading the card texture itself multiple times. And I don't know, I guess I'm just playing it safe. This is kind of pointless. Okay, we got our text easing index. So let's create the animation. So for the intro animation, we're gonna need, from this point, we're gonna know where everything needs to be. So we got the front flip. Intro animation. Text text flip. We'll just say flip text. With 0.25, and our initial position will be so we've got to think about what that initial text position is going to be. So I'm going to create STL point title I'm going to say it's going to equal the card X and Y after it's added in, and then we have to position it based on so we'll get the center point. Of the width. So then we need title point X plus 138 is the, well, let's just get this dynamically. Width times 0.5 float. So that would be the center point for the text, and we will static cast it to an integer. And its Y position will be title direct plus, or the Y plus the BY plus the Y. And that'll be its center point. And so then we have its width, we have its height, we got our X and Y position in the final position right there. So that is going to be we'll change this to TP, and then you are going to change to TP, TP, final position TP, W, TP, H, and the starting position. I suppose it would be the same. TP, TP, TP width plus, or TP height plus 20. 20. We add 10. I guess that would be okay. Except TP is not an RSE's point, so it doesn't have the height and width, so we're going to have to base that off of not the TP for the height stuff. That has to be based on the title disrect. Disrect, and okay, so that's starting at a center of the card, and it's going to be 0 width, expanded height, and then it like animates back into position. And that's going to go into the title easing in animation. So that's the title. And we got the description. DP. So we got our X and our Y. This one's going to be a little bit simpler. So it's going to be a plus equals on DP. Description disrect X, and then that's going to be plus the Y, not to be that for that. So this one, we got to change this, this, and this, and description easing in. Get rid of what the hell is that? Okay, so that's the description and the title flipping in. Then we have to come up with a little outro animation. So let's see. There's two kinds of animations. There is the if it was selected and then if it wasn't selected animation. So we got to do two separate animations. So we're going to use the same duration as that, and then we're going to say this is let's see, it's starting point. I don't need to do any of this. Its starting point is going to be TPX, TPY, and this one I just say minus 80. I'm going to do the same animation. That's fine. Minus 80. I mean, it needs to be the same animation. It needs to match the card itself. So then the width and height is going to also remain the same. Wait. I thought this is for not, okay, not selected doesn't do anything. Okay, so it's going to be no modifications to the width or the height. That stays the same. Same duration. This is the title easing out. And we're going to do the same for the description. It's going to start at its endpoint there, and this is going to be minus 80 on the Y. Width and height on the description doesn't change. That goes in, duration, and then the easing out. Wait, what's going on there? That is for fade. Which... didn't we want to fade on that? I think we wanted a fade on this actually. Yeah, we added a fade there. We added a fade here too. Okay, yeah. For sure we want to fade. Alright, so that's the title and description. That's for the... if it wasn't selected, and then if it is selected, we do same duration. Plus 20. And then we said a nice 50% on the change. I'm gonna make a float here at the top. That's already specified as a float. I think that'll work, right? We don't have to cast this as a float. It's already, that is already a float, right? Forget.
Come on.
I guess I just do it out of caution. Mentalist, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, so we're gonna do floats like that. Grab this, stuff it into the end width here and here, and we're gonna want to change the B to the destination or description, width and height, and this one is going to be the title, width and height. So that, like, that animation, it's just scaling downward and it moves down a little bit, and then we have to add in the animation of its turning into the little card that then like enters the interface. And I guess I'm just gonna like have the little card like fade into position. That's gonna get complicated too, because then I have to like have it move in to the coordinate that it needs to go into, which is going to be a centered position. So all the other existing ones will have to move over and it'll have to animate into position. So let's just start here. Let's see if this is the... we got to make sure that we have the initial animation of the text flipping in. So once this is, the flip is back false, we are going to start the text animation. Yep. And this will need to change to title easing in, and then we will do text easing index. What's up, Psychotron? I am working on a currently I'm working on a deck builder portion of my game where the card animates in. So here I'll show you what I have so far. So here's the it's a tower defense game. And here, let me push it. So right here, this animation where the cards come in and flip around, I'm adding the text so that the text comes in and animates in with it. And then I have to do it so like once you make a card selection, it'll do the next animation. But I don't have the functionality quite there yet. And then intermittently in between, like, you know, compiles and stuff, I'm working on this art for the dialogue system. So we're doing a little bit of pixel art, doing a little bit of coding. And so it's like a tower defense deck builder game. And back to where we were. So yes. So need to change all of these to be easing in. And then change all of these. Okay, so then we also have to add in the description along with the title, and then we're ready to test the animation. Oh, damn.
Come on.
Thank you for the follow, Psychotron. So text easing and complete. All right, that's actually that. Okay, so we've got the title animating, we got the description easing in, animating, and then when it is all completed based on the title easing in, hopefully they will be matching. They should be. We will then switch over to I guess we got to make sure that both of these are completed before I can proceed. So it would be or. So if either of these are false, then it's going to keep animating until they're all true. So I got to check on it again since I'm putting them together. I got to make sure that they're both finishing out. They've got to both be finished at the same time. I think they will finish at the same time, but just in case they don't, we will put this safeguard in so they make sure that they're both finished out. And then once they're done, we've got our let's see, what do we have? We've got the outro. We've got outro animation set. So we have to put in the same stuff here. So we'll put the outro animation here, and then we'll test the other initial animation. Step by step, we're getting there. So the easing out, this is if it's selected. So then we're gonna do title easing index 0. Change this to title select easing out. We're also doing the fade. I think that has to apply on how I'm drawing it. I just remembered we're not applying the fade yet. So this is if primary easing out is not complete yet. It's false. Then we can run this stuff. Okay, we got ease out, ease out, easing out complete, easing out complete. Okay. So that stuff will run out. All right, so then let's take a look at the draw function. I am doing this stuff. We're doing the draw. I'm pretty sure the A-sprite draw is not factoring in alpha. Let's take a look. It's not. Okay, so we have to add in... We have to add in the text. Shit. So this is the back. So if it's not the back, we know it's the glow card draw. Back equals false. We're going to draw the text. Okay, we'll just call it text. And we'll say we have that preloaded pivot point. There we go. Just bring in all this stuff. Should have access to all of that. And then this we have to pass in by reference. And before we do that, we got to go SDL set texture alpha mod. Okay, we got to set you know what? We got to set this while we're doing it. So let's just quickly put in the description here. Get this part done. Description. Source. Description, destination, description, texture. Good. So that's the text, and then we got to go into the update function. So where we update it here, let's see, this is the easing in. We're only going to worry about setting the alpha once it starts to fade out, because we don't fade it in, because it just comes in from off of the stage. And 10 times developer, what's going on? Hello. So let's see the text easing out animation. Text easing out animation. We want to set the texture alpha. So it's going to want the texture. So we're going to say title texture, and we're going to say title. Oh, I guess we do got to put it into the individual things. Okay, so we'll keep it all together. So title Title texture, easing out. Dot alpha. And same for the description. Oops. That says alpha. This is easing. And then we got to do it for the card as well. So that's going to be for the main texture. We're going to add that to this guy. We got to add this one to this guy. So this is the title, easing out select. And then we got to add description. Oh, this one's messed up, so this has got to be description texture. Description. Texture, please. Description. Dum. And you got to be the select easing out. Okay, so that is the fade out, transition out. All factored in. Now we're going to test the initial flip of the text, and it looks like there's already an error. Must be a completion error. What did I do? We gotta fix. What's the error, bruv? Already did a title select easing out. All right. Okay, we got a description easing in, just title easing in, title easing out, description easing out, title select easing out, description select easing out. Build. Should be good. So what we are testing right now is going to be the in animation here to make sure that the text is, first we got to make sure it's the right position and that the animation itself is doing fine. So it's building. Okay, what's the deal? All right, I don't see any text at all. So where did we go wrong? We added a lot of stuff. So we have to see where we went wrong. So at this point, I'm gonna run some debug here. And we'll drop a breakpoint here and see what the deal is. I want to see what the, first of all, there's like a bunch of places where things could have gone wrong. Oh, the width and height is 0. Did I not add that to the... Obviously I didn't. Alright, so first things first. I guess on when I'm loading this. Look, I did it right here. So let's build again, and this time we will see when these breakpoints hit. What the initial size of the text surface is, and if I'm getting the appropriate size loaded in here, and if it's getting changed somewhere, because I'm pretty sure I'm not doing any more assigning to the destination rectangle. But let's build. Let's obviously something, whatever's wrong, it's my fault, so we got to figure out what it is. All right. So when it makes the animation, something's going wrong. So the initial intro flip text here, oh, you know what? I'm running the animation prior to the text load. Yep. You can't do it in that order, bro. All right, we'll do it like this order. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Gotta load the text first. Then we can use it for animation stuff. Build. Build it again. Chura. How's it going, man? Ten times, thank you for the follow. Chura, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, man. What were you up to? VTuber Dragon, let's go. Learning game development. Fell in love with it. Let's go. What are you building? How was your stream? I really appreciate the raid. I'm building a tower defense game, and I'm currently working on this animation for the Deckbuilder portion. Here, let me make it a little bigger here. That's the tiny version. Little tiny itsy bitsy version. All right, so this is the game. It's a tower defense game where you use these nodes to build up weapons and goodness, and you fight enemies that are coming from both directions, the left and the right. And right now I'm working on this animation, which is I have to trigger it manually. It is the cards coming in, and I just added in the text. And I'm getting, that's the right text, but that is the localization text. So I need to use that. I forgot, I need to put in the localization. But hey guys, we got the text to come in. All right, next step. We gotta add in the localization so that the proper text loads onto the cards. So it's like a tower defense game with like a deck builder element. Churro raid, let's go. Love the art. Thank you. Yeah. I'm also like working on, I do all the pixel art. These are just references on the left here. This is, currently I'm making these like little portraits for the dialogue system. Here, let me show you actually the proper, let's see, like the, like it's got like, you know, it's just like a dialogue system. Here, if I can shrink these up a little bit, can make it bigger. This is like one of the characters. So it's like when an enemy is being introduced, I'm going to be like showing these, and they're going to have like a nice little saying. And this is the Stormcaster. And I'm currently like reworking the orc drawing. But I got like, so that's like the Stormcaster. I'm reworking the orc. And I got this one's still a work in progress. The Dragon Rider. And then the Troll is also a work in progress. So I'm trying to do these. I don't like that hand actually at all. So so right now I'm just working on this, and I'm using these references from Street Fighter and Red Earth to help me get the musculature looking dope. But yeah, so let's get that translations in, yeah? How did I get into making pixel art? Well, I started out just with digital art. Clip Studio Paint, using the Wacom pad here. And then I decided that I wanted to make my game in pixel art. So then I just started getting deeper and deeper into pixel art. So I feel like it was my digital art that translated into the pixel art, you know? And I can show some of the sprites for the game. Let me pour some coffee here. Cheers, y'all. Is that what you're working on? Are you working on game art, or are you trying to start with like programming? Like, let's see, where are we at? What am I doing? I'm showing you guys here. Let me show you one of the sprites I can show you this since I showed you the Stormcaster, the dialogue thing, portrait of him. I'll show you the caster little sprite. So this is the little pixel art sprite. It's this little old lady. This is her walk cycle. This is her shuffling in, old lady style. And to reiterate, this is this lady. It's like her portrait. And she's called the Stormcaster. Let me save this real quick. And so here's her walk cycle. She walks on in, she kind of shuffles in, and then she drops her cane. That's her walk to attack animation, and then here's her attack animation.
Come on.
She basically sucks up some lightning and hits you with it and goes off. Apple Crumb, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Oh, guys, stretch out. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I didn't stretch at all today. So yeah, this is the Stormcaster with her, all of her lightning goodness, and then I'm also doing like these portraits, which are like more detailed, more closer to like digital art. You know, it's kind of its own thing. But of course we have like, this is the interface for the game. Inside this. So you have like the tree with like the nodes, and then up in the corner you have your money, mana crystals, and on the bottom there's the experience bar. When that experience bar gets full, that's when you earn a card, and then it goes into your little deck down here. And then yeah, each one of these like description boxes, we got like a mini map and a description box for the current target that you have targeted, and it tells you a little bit about the enemy, and this little mini map shows like the position in that side. And yeah, so right now, like this past week, I've been working on just interface stuff and trying to get the card system in play. So that's like mainly just working on this animation here. And so let's get these, we got to get the translations in. Get the I just added in the localization yesterday. Or was it the day before? I don't even know what day it is anymore, guys. I'm like working all the time on this thing, and I'm losing track of my life. Let's open this up, make it look pretty. All right, so localization. Did we already add the translations? No. So we have to add the translation, and we already did it to. We have to add it into the instantiations, which means we're gonna have to shuffle it in there. Okay, so translations, we got to pass them by reference. And if we go to the interface, go to the very top here, we've already got a copy of the translations here, a reference. And so we're going to put that same reference here. And that'll be how we access our translations. And then we should also grab from that header the parameter where we pass it in by reference, which is a massive, it's a massive instructor here. Okay, so boom. We need that. Here we need to add it to the constructor. Badow. Then we got to add it to this constructor here. then we have to instantiate. But let's do it in the order that we put it in. So translations with T translations. Did I not write that correctly? That does not look right. We are missing a map. It's a map within a map. I constantly do this with this one because it's so convoluted. It's so long. Translations, map, comma, map. I always do it. Oh, it's so long. It's a map within a map. Bam. That is one hefty parameter, guys. That's how we're organizing the translations, though. So that's them passed in. We got to make sure they're getting passed in when it's instantiated. So let's pop into the, what do we do it? We got our deal cards function here. Our randomization is not working, so I need to like revisit that. Emmy Dunes, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So let's do the instantiations here. Now we got to add in the translations. Wait, where are we? Who's your daddy and what does he do? All right, so here we go. We just go like this. Translations. Bam. All right, so that's the cards. Now they have the translations. So then when we come into here, I don't even really need to store it. Maybe I shouldn't even store it. Store the reference. Let's leave the parameter. We're not going to store the reference. We're going to cut that off. So this is unnecessary because when I think about it, we just need it right at the beginning when we're loading in, like here we're creating the text. So here it says C card text. So here we're going to go, we want you as our, we want that. Tell me I have the player. Did I bring in the player? Okay, we have to add in a reference to the player. So we're gonna do player, reference player, include player H, and when I'm instantiating this, do I add it in as a parameter in the constructor? I do. So we're gonna stick that in there as well as something we pass through the constructor. All right. And then here, and then we're going to say player is T player. And then when we instantiate it, we got to pass it in. So let's see, translations take me, well, that might be the, oh, no, we're good. And player gets passed in. And then we come into here. So now we can say player dot, oh, player, huh? Do you hate this because there's a bunch of errors? T translations. Player dot current language. That's how we know what language it is. All right, so, and then once we pull out that, it returns a string, and then we're going to change it to a C string. That's what we're going to feed the text generator. And then we're going to do the same thing here for the description. And now we have our translations, which currently we only have English. but the infrastructure for localization is in play. So let's build and see if it actually shows the proper text. I was kind of working on this hand a little bit in the interim while I'm waiting for these things to build. What is the game about? It is a... bam. All right, we got it. Looks like we may have to add scroll bars. Ugh. Ugh. I knew I would have to, but it's too soon. Let's see that again. So there's a tribe of elves, wood elves, that protect the forest. And there are orcs who are getting pushed back by mankind. They're getting desperate for resources. So the orcs come to this enchanted ancient forest to harvest, to take. And the wood elves, their whole job, their whole purpose is to protect the forest. And as the orcs storm in, one of the there's two in the intro, basically it's going to be the two protagonists. One of the elves gets injured with a cursed arrow, and his soul is implanted into a tree because he's dead anyways because of the cursed arrow. And so basically out of desperation, he has his druid friend stick his soul into a tree, and so then he in doing so becomes a barrier surrounding the entire forest, protecting the forest. And so basically the orcs, in order to get access to the forest, they got to take him down. And so he's there to just use magic to just generate all these like magical weapons and push them back. And so it's just a fight on both ends for them to be like, who's gonna win? And so like you build up like these nodes, and you know, you lay traps and use all these different weapons, and you try to push them back before they actually get to the base of the tree and start hitting the tree. Once they hit the tree, if there's no like weapons, like right now you see the right side has 3 empty nodes, you're dead. Basically you're dead at that point. So you have to build up like enough, but your armor is like these arcanas that you add. So every time you add an arcana, that's like your armor. So you have to be like healing these arcanas and managing them so they don't get destroyed. And you have to try to overpower them before they overpower you, basically. And so you can have like heals, and like the upgrades heal your arcanas, and you have to like build it. Like you can't do it last minute like this. You're already dead. Like you have to be building up your weapons and stuff and like dealing with them as they come. Because once they like are all there, like you're done. But like that's the whole concept. And then you're like, it's only 2 directional, meaning they come from the left and the right. And there's ground and sky units. And as you kill them, you can see this purple bar on the bottom. Once that maxes out, that is when you're served up a card. And you're dealt 3 cards. You pick from one of the cards. you say like, oh, I want Raging Roots, but it's going to be randomized. So it's not like just the same card a bunch of times. It's based on like whatever card you unlocked. So you're dealt 3 cards, you get to choose from the 3 and you're like, all right, I want to do Raging Roots. And so then that then goes down into your deck and you can drop those cards at any time. And they're like area effects and just like big sweeping effects, you know? And you know what? I bet you we can get that to squeeze in with an 83. Maybe even more, but let's try with an 83 first. Try to get that text to just show up completely inside the card. But we're going to need that scroll bar as soon as we start doing translations for sure. I'm sure we'll need it, yeah. Game looks so cool. Thanks, man. It's going to be on Steam next year. I'm trying to get the Steam app live this month. And I am streaming Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays typically. And I'm working on it. And when I'm not streaming, I'm working on it. So I'm doing all the art, I'm doing all the programming, all the marketing, everything. And it's coming along. I've been working on it for about a year, and it's getting close to like being, for me to get like really down and dirty getting the demo ready. But right now I'm just trying to focus on getting the app page on Steam live so people can, wishlist it. Friend is wondering, what libraries do you use to make this game in C++? I only use SDL2. He has gotten into graphics program recently and wanted to start with Vulkan raw. Well, that's all I do. I don't use a game engine. I'm just building this thing from scratch with C++ and SDL2. I have never used Vulkan, but I've heard other people come in using Vulkan that like it. Very interesting mechanics. I hope it's fun. Like once we get the demo out and people start playtesting it, we'll start to balance everything and try to make it as fun as possible, basically. And right now I only have like these many powers, but there's going to be more. I'm hoping for the demo that I have 2 more powers actually, or 4 more powers actually. 4 more Arcanas, but currently we only have these 6. And I also am adding 1 more enemy. And there's going to be a lot more enemies and a lot more like levels in the actual game, but we're just trying to get the initial like game loop built here. And by we, I just mean, it's just me. I'm just a solo dev, but I feel like it's a we because I'm always here with you people, and I'm always sharing the process with you also. But yeah, that's one dead tree right there. Once they hit the trunk twice, you're done. You get 2 hits. So I haven't made the game over screen yet. What was I going to do? Oh, shit. We need to test the card to see if the text is in. All right, let's push that to 84. Right now I'm trying to squeeze that text in. One pixel at a time. Will you be able to make your own deck? You're going to be unlocking your deck as you go, and you're going to be served cards randomly from what you've unlocked. And at first, I'm only going to give you 1 card, and you're going to be slowly unlocking cards as you play the game. Now, in terms of like curating the deck to be like, I guess that would come later once I have actually like a lot of deck, like a lot of cards in the deck. Until I have like a lot of cards, no, you're not really gonna like edit the deck, because I'm just gonna be trying to get like enough cards to fill a deck initially. So like, I'm just gonna be like trying my best to just like throw as many cards into the deck as possible. And at first, you know, when there's only like 5 cards, that's your deck until there's like 20 cards, whatever. And then I think once there's more and more cards, then yeah, like you would be able to potentially edit the deck. But Not in the demo. The demo is going to have like 4 cards, I think. That's the plan, you know? Okay, so let's keep going. I'm going to go from 84. We're going to just push it to 88. 84 was too small. Let's see if 88 is too far. An early stream. That's right, lazy man. I tried streaming like a normal person, but I can't. My streams are always at wild times. So we're doing like an early stream today. Seems very reasonable at the beginning. Yeah, Emmy, it's like I would love for that, you know, for you to customize the deck, but again, it's just a matter of getting something working to begin with. So yeah, that would be awesome though. But I have to do all the art for all the cards. I have to build the functionality for each card, because each card is going to have like a unique attack, it's going to affect enemies differently. And so there's going to be the unique animation, the unique code for each thing. So not only am I having to do the art, but it's like all that other stuff. So it's just to anyone's guess how far I'm going to get. Because I still have to create the backgrounds for the other levels, other enemies, other arcana types on top of the cards. So just trying to make it all come together. Too far. Too far. Although I like the meteor storm in its positioning. You know what? It could actually, well, why does it look like it could be? It looks like we could do some, maybe, we need to look at this text closer for a second. So this, I wanted it to be 2. All right, so we can pull 1. So it'll go to 28. Let's just mark that now. 28. We want to squeeze it in there. And let's see. So that's, yeah, that would be 1 over. And that's fine, but that's not fine. So that's, so let's just say it's -2. I don't even know if 88 is the full width. So we're going to say 86 on the wrap. 86 on the wrap. Tell me it's beautiful. Oh, you know what? Also, this looks like it could be 1 pixel up. One pixel up on the title, but we can change that in the database. Oops, so does it look crazy? 1 pixel up on title Y on Meteor Storm, so it's 26. Save. What about the position for Hue? You need to go up 2. So that's going to be 96, 96, and 96 for the first 4 cards we have. I need to really work on that that randomization. There we go. Now it's like fully randomized. Like that's what it should be. It should always be different cards. There shouldn't be repeat cards, but we'll work on that in a little bit. For now, I'm just focused on the aesthetics, and we will get to the, oh, You've gone too far, Jim. We'll push that down 1. Yeah, 1 okay, so 97. 97. 97. For those. Meteor Storm looks solid. This is 2 on 2. Well, should that be farther down? I feel like that should come up 1 still. That's for you. Yeah, I felt that was across the board. So we'll go 112, 109, 112, 112. And then the wrap looks good there. Wrap. All right, so let's try this. Perfect for you. It is 4 p.m. There's one tag on AOT that you like for cards on top. So every time you shuffle the deck, the card is on top. Makes a less random start. So you can be a bit valuable if it is an economy or good early defense. Not AOT. You mean ATO, across the obelisk. Oh. It's too far. That looks messed up. 110 for you. I'm going to end up shrinking the description on the Raging Roots, but I'm going to leave it as it is for now because we need to implement a scroll bar because we have to account for any potential size of text because since we're going to be doing localization, we can't know what cards are going to actually need a scroll bar or not because we're using pixel art text, and that means it's going to be kind of bulky boy. I could come up one more. See, this was, yeah, it did look too tight. So this, we want this to look 4 off the top. It kind of sucks to have like a scroll bar like on these little cards, but it is pixel art, so it's like it is limiting, you know? So I'm gonna have to just try to see how it renders and then just try to adjust the description accordingly so that it can fit within the card. And hopefully with the other languages, if it does go to a scroll bar, at least it'll be visible and still like, you know, readable for that language. Do I want to go up one? Well, what's the left margin? The left margin is 1, 2, 3, and that would be 1, 2, 3. I think that's probably fine. Good morning, Matrix. Is the tree reference of Deku Tree? Not particularly. I just wanted a tree that was a tower defense, and I thought by adding like a face to the tree, it would personify the tree a bit more, give it more of a personality, and help you identify better as the tree. But quite recently, I took out there was like used to be little green eyes. I took out the eyes, so then the face is just like a dark hole, and I feel like it's still a bit mysterious, but like basically the wood elf whose soul has been infused into the tree is not quite ready to give up his like humanoid form completely, so his face appears onto the tree when enemies approach. So okay, we got to think about adding in this scroll bar. I think all the positioning is good. Although, well, that's 3. And that is 4. 3 and 4. I'm just going to get rid of the on the field part of the card and just end it on all ground enemies for now. But we're going to leave that for now and implement scroll bar capability. So I've got a scroll bar class that I created. I had to create everything for this game, so it is what it is. I only use the scroll bar on the grimoire, so we're going to reference the grimoire here. I've not built a scroll bar in a long time, so I got to remember how my scroll bar stuff works. I'm going to start by importing the scroll bar class and scroll bar. Guess I had a scroll bar thing. Digga 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 scroll bar. Is there any other scroll stuff here? All right, just those 3. Now, scroll bar. Bigga digga bigga digga bigga digga digga. 20 instances of scroll here. No. Okay, I gotta add the scroll reset to the destructor. And we don't need the header, grimoire header anymore. All right, what's next? Here we're instantiating it. Oh, I've got scroll bars. We're gonna have to create like a little baby scroll bar. For now though, I'm just gonna leave this big nasty scroll bar. We'll instantiate this in the constructor here after that, because now we know what the text is. And here we can put the scroll bar in. And this is in the show page. What engine am I using? Alfring, I'm not using any engine. I'm making this game from scratch with C++ and SDL2. So I built my own scroll bar class, and I'm trying to remember how the implementation works for it. UI in C++ sounds a bit annoying. Oh. It is definitely from the ground up. And this is based on a system that I created. So it's like, if it's annoying, it's because I designed it to be annoying. I like made it bad. Let's see on the show. Do we need to run that function? The change focus. I think if I was going to do the change focus, let's look at the actual scroll bar class here. So reset previous page, scroll window. So we're going to have to probably base this off of the hover state. If it works, it works. So there's going to be, for now I have like an active state, which is not ideal yet. I haven't converted this over to be to work as a hover. Do I have a hover state though? Let's see, inbounds. We got the inbound detect, so that's the hover. But priority doesn't necessarily get set. Mouse down. What is this? This is... the A sprite. Oh, it's the scroll window. I may have to change the description to an A sprite. Bugger. Yeah, so the T scroll window is a shared A sprite. It's a shared pointer to a sprite. Okay. So we'll change this to description A sprites. let's see. So in lieu of the description texture, we're going to create an A-sprite. Oh wait, we gotta make a, we'll just make it the shared pointer, I guess. Shared pointer, just to fall in line with my my scroll bar class. So I'm gonna comment this out and create a lot of errors. It's a lot of stuff we're gonna have to fix for this. But I guess we're gonna start here by going into the very top, the first instance here. So I'm actually going to create a temporary texture here. We're going to put description texture here, and we're just going to use it temporarily. So description text gets created, and then once it is created, I'm going to make a shared pointer of an A-sprite. Wouldn't it be easier to make a class component that handles input, scroll bar, etc., like card base or something? I already have a scroll bar class. I don't know what you mean. But I do lean on a little bit of a procedural coding. Sometimes my classes do get a little bit big. You know, I think in the perfect object-oriented programming style, you're always making classes that basically just do a singular function. I tend not to do that. I tend to just group my functionality into an umbrella, you know? So I have like the A-sprite class. I have a sprite class, and then the A-sprite class extends the sprite class, and that basically handles loading images into textures and then making sprite sheets from them. And then I tend to leverage the A-sprite class for other stuff. And in the scroll bar class, I'm utilizing A-sprites to manage and to centralize, you know, like what I'm scrolling. And so yeah, within card, basically what card does is it loads in all the card textures, all the card relevant textures. And so basically it's just like the card image, the title, the description, and these are 3 textures. And then it creates a dynamic animation for those textures. So we have it move in and flip around. And then now I'm adding the scroll bar to the description on the off chance that it is longer than the height. then we need to make sure that there's a scroll bar to protect. And so then there's going to be hover states, and you can click on the card to select it, and then later on you'll be able to click. I'm including also the miniature version of the card that's going to be part of the interface. And then once you click it, there's going to be a generic action that's going to run an event that will then run the overall like functionality necessary. I'm not totally sure how I'm going to do that part, but that's essentially all this class does. It's not too much stuff, but it is more than like one thing at a time. But for you to say you're not here to judge my architecture, that's all every programmer does. When they see another programmer do something that's slightly different than the way they do things, everyone always has like the superior method. And if everyone has a superior method, that means someone's got to be wrong. And in the end, the way I feel about it, I've been programming for about 20 years. I like to say, if it works, it works. And you can get nitpicky all you want, but I don't got time for that shit. I'm going to just build it. And if it's not broken or so convoluted that it's like too difficult to understand, like if it's written in such a way that you can read it, understand it, get through it, I like to keep things kind of basic and long form, then that's good. I should probably, in a lot of cases, break things up into additional component classes and stuff like that. But I tend to build things up first, and once I see them like being utilized, and I see if things are being reused a lot of times, then I'll start pushing them into new classes, into components. But if it's kind of a one-off unique scenario, I won't put it in a component. I'll just procedurally just toss it in spaghetti style and just let it be big and ugly. Tends to be my general approach. So let's see, the sprite width, I'm gonna say texture surface. But you're welcome to, you know, offer your coding thoughts. You know, it's the way I like to say, it's the same thing when it comes to like art critiques and stuff like that. You guys can state your opinions, but I don't have to listen to anything. Sometimes I might consider it, sometimes I might not. It's just kind of like part of when you're a streamer. You get used to being openly criticized as you're in the middle of building something. It's kind of a... I remember when I used to do art, when I was in art school and stuff, when I was much younger, if people would look over my shoulder as I was sketching, I'd be like, get out of here! Leave me the fuck alone! Like, this is not done! You can't see this! And now I'm like, I just make mistakes openly and let people just see me like slop through things, because I know in my mind, like in the back of my mind, that it's not done till it's done, and I'm going to keep iterating on it until it's done. And if people hang around long enough, they'll see shit get done. Maybe I should just use this. Maybe I should just use it temporarily. But anyways, I don't mean to like diatribe. I feel like it's part of like people who want to offer thoughts. I tend to just like, that's my boundaries. And I welcome the back and forth, honestly, because it helps me think through these things. You've also started learning object-oriented programming properly today for a project. Just restarted because the code base was that bad. See, like, okay, this is how I build things. Like, I'll start by building everything I need. I'll build it up and I'll put it all like procedurally into like just a bunch of functions in one class. And I do my best not to repeat code. If I'm repeating code, then I put it into a function. If that function is getting repeated a bunch of classes, then I'll put it into a utility class. If it's something that needs to be extended, obviously, then I'll make it a base class, and then I'll extend other classes off of it. Like, I just kind of wait for it to like speak to me saying, oh, it needs to be like put into a specific component or a specific base class or whatever. I don't just like always map things out beforehand. I don't got time for that. I have to build stuff. I have to get it to work and do a thing. And so I just make it do the thing. And then I look at it after it's kind of built. And then I'm like, okay, it's not that hard to just cut this code into another class, cut that into that. Like I might reorganize it here and there, but generally I'm just building to get shit working. And it doesn't, as long as I'm the only one looking at the code, like it doesn't, I can do whatever I want, you know? So it's a bit of a relief, but at the same time, I've been coding for so long that like, I don't want it to be a mess. What's up, Cave? Welcome in. True as long as it works. That's right. Yeah, exactly. OOP is quite a convoluted paradigm, and every paradigm has a lot of problems and are not perfect. That's certainly, I would say that's the best way to describe my code. It's a shifting paradigm and it's not perfect, but hell, it gets it done and it's fun. As long as it's fast and it's has room for optimization, and I generally build things from an optimization point of view, that I'm trying to like make sure that nothing is, I'm not like asking for too much in a small space, you know? If that makes sense. Like I don't want to like call like demanding functionality from like say SDL2 every frame, you know? If I'm going to do that, then I'll make sure what I'm building is highly optimized. But if it's something I'm only calling once and it's a little slow, I'm like, that's fine. Because you can kind of time things around slow functionality. But like, I don't try to like obsess over optimization.
Come on.
Because I don't have time. I'd rather just build out the functionality, you know? Oliverius, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What if the perfect paradigm exists, but it is not yet discovered? Well, you know what they say about the AIs? Like currently they're at like maybe 160 IQ. Eventually it'll be at like 2000 IQ and it'll be making stuff that we can't even understand. So I think the perfect paradigm is going to come and we're going to have nothing to do with it. So I think I'd rather just be here in the mud with my messy human code and just have fun, you know? It's not about being perfect. It's about getting results. But in the end of the day, object-oriented programming will always end in some part of the code base be ugly. Yep. It turns out polymorphism isn't about magical morphing creatures. Nope. I am using polymorphism in one. So far, I'm only using it once in my code base here. I'm mixing the Arcana sprites and the enemy sprites, so I can mix their draw order together, and they are. They're both extended off of the A sprite base class. So I'm using the A sprite as their polymorphic like connection. Perfect paradigm would be a man-made, then used by a 2000 AQ paradigm would be horrendous for everyone but AI. Exactly. I think one of the fun things about being human and to like build technical things that you want to be efficient as a human, you build things kind of messy, you build things kind of wrong sometimes, and your feelings and your stress levels influence your work day in and day out. Your alertness, how tired you are. All of these things factor in. And as you build things, you kind of create a mess, and then you go back and you start to clean up the mess. And as you're cleaning up the mess, you're like figuring out new things about what you want to do with your code, how you want to shift things around. And I find it's the same thing with my art. Like I just kind of like put stuff together, and as I create the mess, I start to see things in the mess, and it steers me in directions that I couldn't predict. I just do it, and then I react, and then how I'm going to react that day is always changing because of how I'm feeling. And thus, when you create something, like especially a game over the long period of time, it's this culmination of like all of these different like days and moods and ups and downs and like victories and failures and all this shit. And it's like amazing when you get to the end of it, because it was just this beautiful process that like it took all of the mess to get to like that final point. If you build something that's just like instantaneously just like pops out from an LLM or something like that, you don't get the like glory and the beautiful like twists and turns of like creating something, fixing it, and then like just having that, you know, game loop of like build something, make a mess, fix it, build something, make a mess, fix it, you know, and you know, you're adding on and whatever. If you're just making stuff instantly, then you're kind of cutting off all of that functionality, and then there's no depth. There's no like surprise depth to things. They're just emulating depth, but like it's all vapid and everyone has the same shit because it's all being generated. There will always be space. There will always be room for creativity, for imperfect solutions. I saw this short the other day about like architecture, how these days people are more like obsessed with functionality, like, or just function over style. And like back in the day, like it used to be about, and I'm talking about way back in the day, it was more about like architecture was about like the stylization, the impact and like the experience. And now everything is like IKEA and sterile and boring and just like a box. And architecture today is just uninspired. Nothing, like you walk into a current built building and it just feels like you walk into like an IKEA, and it's just like, it's not inspiring. You feel like empty inside. But like back in the day, there's like all this like Baroque like architecture and just Victorian homes and all this crazy stuff. And it all brought this like inspiration, this beauty. It was like this interest in beauty. And now it's starting to die because people are just like thinking we need things to be efficient. They need to be cheap and functional. And that's it. That's all we care about. And so inspiration, it's just starting to die. Sometimes spending a little time to do things that takes a little more time, that's a little less efficient, it's like where you find beauty. But I digress. Let's refocus here. I was adding a scroll bar and I was going to create the A sprite for the description. And here I'm deciding if I want to hang on to the description source rectangle or the destination rectangle here. Should we just make it temporary? Do we need to? I guess we can make it temp. BBS, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. What if Wall-E is the ideal future? I mean, there's no fighting it. All right. Like there's going to be like technology integrated with our lives and we should all just get over it and learn to adjust. But what I'm going to preach to the day that I die is that do not lose yourself in the calculator. You know, do not forget how to do math. You know, it's like when you first took algebra, they were like, all right, you're going to have to, like when you're first learning math, like maybe even before algebra, probably before algebra, they're like, you can't use your calculator. You need to actually do the problem on paper. And they want you to like think on like how to do things for real and not just type a button and have things just pop out perfect solution or look at the end of the book and see the answer. They want you to actually like do the math, work it out in your brain, do the actual like arithmetic, you know? And the more you got to be careful about losing yourself to all this stuff, because the more we get into function, get into optimized stuff, it's eventually we'll just be like fat people in chairs that like never, it's like Wall-E, like you said, like we'll just be eating Slurpees and watching big screen TVs, and we won't do anything. We won't even know how to leave our chairs. It'll be the saddest life. We won't even touch each other. It'll be so sad. Might as well just be a brain in a jar at that point. I guess I will define this here temporarily, and then we will... Fuck, what do I want to do? Could manage it outside of that, because we don't really need more. You know what? Yeah. We're just going to utilize the straight source of that. And then when we're done, we're actually also going to say SDL destroy the texture for the description texture. You can't wait. Well, let me give you an example of something here. And this is like what we sort of face, okay? Back when I was in high school, like I'm old as hell, okay? Back when I was in high school, like I was born in the 80s, guys. I'm an old guy. Like when I was in high school, we had MySpace. I existed before the internet became like normal, right? And I'm sure there's a lot of like, you know, peers here as well. Like we have a huge age range on Twitch, but like we all had our MySpace pages, all right? And so that was our first social media. We could put up like MP3s to show our bands. We could put pictures, and we would see people that had these like cool, like I would see other bands have like these cool MySpace pages where they had like custom background images, and they like made it like stylized to look like they wanted to. And Maresi, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So like every high school kid back then were out there learning HTML and CSS so that they could customize their MySpace pages. So our social media back in the day, we were actually having to be web developers to make our like social media look cool. Nowadays, you don't have to do shit. Everything's just pre-made everything. And so like people don't even know, like you give like a young kid now that's been like an iPad kid their whole life, they don't even like know what to do with a mouse and keyboard. You know, it's like, but back in the day, just to have a social media page, we were like learning HTML, CSS, and we actually like learned how to program just to like share stuff with people on the internet. But like, you're not challenged to do that today. Not at all. Everything's like it's all about getting pre-built sites, templates, stuff that's already pre-made for you. So you don't have to do anything. And so therefore you don't ever like learn anything. You never get the satisfaction of building something yourself. And, you know, you kind of like miss out. Got to bring it back. That sounds dope. I think people who are smart, like literally high IQ people, are going to want to continue to do stuff like that, because it's lame to just like live the IKEA life. There's going to be people walking, there's going to be the mass majority of people using like LLMs and all this shit. And they're going to be like, oh, we're so like getting ahead and all this crap. But I'm like, there's going to be those intelligent few who are actually building shit from scratch and like making things that are awesome, that are way different than everyone else. And like people are going to be like, oh my God, like, and you're going to like shine through like a fucking super beacon of light, because you're going to be like one of the few who actually sat down and like figured out how to do it. And you're going to be like a god, because all these other people are going to be like just generating shit that like 1,000 other people just made 10 seconds before them. It's going to be generic as hell. And of course the copycats will come in and all the crap, but like there will always be the OP. All right. Coding gives you more control and creativity. Oh yeah. No, yeah, Master Lich. I like that. It's like whatever it replaces, don't use it to supplement your education, to like replace education. Make sure you're still learning, that you still understand stuff. That's if you want to be smart. That's if you want to like not have dementia when you're old because you just stopped thinking for yourself. You can shoot yourself harder in the foot. Super beacon. That's right, Rugs. Mega beacon. I think eventually though, like, I mean, if you think about like Star Trek, okay? And you think about like Geordi LaForge on the episode when he had to fix the warp drive, because I think it was the warp drive. And I'll probably like miss a few key details of the plot, but like Geordi LaForge, he goes into the holodeck and he generates this woman who is like the computer's approximation of the actual original engineer who made the brand new warp drive, so that he could like collaborate with her directly. And he falls in love with her, and it's just like, oh, he's got robo fever, and it becomes this whole thing, right? But like, this is like one of those things where at that point in Star Trek, they've coped with AI being like this thing. And instead of being dumbasses, Geordi LaForge is like the best engineer ever. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to collaborate directly with the AI, put it in a human form that I can interface with. And he like solves the problem. And I think like that's the sort of stuff that we're going to be able to do, and it's going to be cool. And hopefully eventually we will have replicators, 3D printers will like evolve to the point, and we have enough resources that we can convert like garbage into whatever we want. And like everyone, literally there will be like no currency. No one will need anything. Everyone will be like, oh, you need like a gold toilet? All you got to do is go to the replicator and be like, I need one solid gold toilet, please. Or you want like, you know, silk sheets or a mansion or whatever it is. And everyone has whatever they need because it's free. And at that point, people don't pursue knowledge for work. It's not about capitalism at that point. It's for innovation. It's for the arts. It's for education. It's for being like to extend the reach of humanity. And we're using these tools to go farther. I think that's why I love Star Trek so much. It's awesome future. I don't like the Wall-E future. I like the Star Trek future. That's sick. Just depends on what you want to do, you know? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. I think that's what is going to happen, because we're going to get too bored. There's going to be too many smart people that want to keep learning. There's not going to be enough like people like that want to just do the Wall-E thing. I'm sure there will be, but like they can't keep us people down who are restless that want to learn. Dark, thank you for the follow, and you know, welcome in. Plotting for the future. The Star Trek future is going through a massive war before we got to that point, sadly. All right, like, don't we remember when mankind was on trial with Q? He puts humankind on trial. And one of the things that he puts up to testimony was the era of mankind when like literally soldiers, cops, whatever, were like, it was like this big military force that were drug addicts. Like they had these buttons to like, had like all these like, you know, super drugs that made them like super strong, and like everything they did was just all about getting high on these different drugs. And it was all like a super violent time in human history. And that was like our future, but in Star Trek's past. Yep. in Star Trek there was all those dark times. I don't think we would necessarily, I don't know. I think we're going to have to go through like a drone war. You know, I think that'll be our next violent thing. It's going to be like that detachment before we come back to like humanity, like as a whole. We're going to still be very separate. Internet's bringing us together more and more. But of course, people are going to be like hiding in their little like bunkers, and they're going to be sending out all these drones to like attack each other. And it's going to be sad for a while. But I don't know that we would ever get to that point of like, you know, massive drug use, like violent. I don't exactly remember that like era. It sounded like it was more like the Warhammer era of like Star Trek verse. But you could say we learned from it. That's what they did in Star Trek. I'm saying we learned from Star Trek now. We don't even need to like go through that era. We say, fuck it, embrace AI, but let's not lose ourselves in the process. There will always be room for learning something and continuing to like sharpen your mental acuity. You guys remember Brain Age on Nintendo DS? You know, people that play like Sudoku or like crossword puzzles or do like play chess or do little things every day to like keep themselves sharp. Maybe just read books. I started playing Brain Age 2 again. I like pulled out my DS and I'm like playing Brain Age and I'm trying to like lower my brain age and just get, I don't know, I just like sitting there like adding up change and like trying to guess the word and doing stuff to just think. Like, we need to keep thinking, guys. Keep thinking. All right, I'm moving on. I actually picked up, well, I can't, I guess it's okay, I could say. For a family member, I picked up a DS so that I could give them Brain Age as well. I want them to be able to enjoy the mental stimulus. I think it's a good gift. It's old school gift. Why is that still? Oh, we just got to save and that should go away. And let's see, where are we? We want to add in the description source. Why aren't these registering? I added them back in. Source Rex. What's your problem, bro? Good day to you as well, Faith. What's going on? The description, that's normal. There it is. All right, so what else do we need for this? Rotation, we can just use the R and the T. Pivots. I thought there was a pivot. Yeah, pivot points. And oh, can I just, okay, let's actually pop into the A-Sprite class. When we load in a texture, and we can pass in a texture down to the sprite. What do you do with that, sir? What are you doing with that little texture, sir?
Come on.
Let's see, texture. You just loading the texture straight in? All right. Well, that saves us a little trouble. Why don't we just do that? All right. Description. Jonas, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So the description texture, that goes straight in. We've got our description sprite with proper, all that crap. Everything's good. All right. Description state. I'm maintaining all the animations. Well, no, we have to, okay, we have to also go through where all of the description texts are being handled directly. It's just on the update. It's just on the update. So on the update, we come in where we do the description. So right there. The A sprite, give me the draw. Render rect, that's on the source. And then we can feed it the dest rect. On otherwise, I could just be like, that's for the source. The source won't need to change, just the destination. So then I would go disrect like this. And we would go like this. All right, I don't need that class then, or I don't need that SDL rect, I mean. And we don't need you, buddy. We're going to say draw renderer like this and get rid of you, but we're not done yet. So the description texture, actually I'm gonna move this stuff, get rid of you here. You're just a temp. Oh, no, not true. I do use it for the animation. All right, fine. The scroll bar is a bit of a mixed bag here. Give me this. Let's go. And here we're setting the alpha, so that needs to get set to texture. And then we can do a little fade. Give me the next. Okay. And then that's good. Everything else is fine. And the draw is fine. The update is fine. All right. We finally have an A sprite ready. Trying to dabble my fingers into pixel art and struggling with shading. What am I currently working on? I am currently working on, oh, and we're on ads. As soon as I start to add, Answer the question. I guess I'll wait till ads are done. I will wait. It's like the moment. The second I start to speak. Currently I'm adding a little scroll bar here. So, scroll bar images. I've got this. I've got the shadow. All this stuff's gonna look wrong, but that's okay. So we want to add in the description a sprite. And then for this, we go description a sprite for the source rectangle width. Yeah, that should be fine. And for the height, what was the 8 and the 3 for? Oh, it's for the offsets on the scroll bars. And I do not know how this is going to animate. Yeah, I occasionally use logging, and I use the debug mode for sure. Hey, Dura, thank you so much for the sub, man. Appreciate the prime.
Durarark, I just subscribed. My most used emote was re-in-a-rave, re-in-a-rave, re-in-a-rave.
Let's go. I've got a number of dancing emotes. We'll always be dancing. We'll always be dancing. So Faith, you're struggling with shading. We were on ads a second ago, and I waited to answer your question.
Come on.
I wanted to mention, Pappy, thank you for the follow. So yeah, I'm working on a scroll bar right now. I'm working on this animation, this dynamic animation. It means I'm making the animation programmatically. So when I click this button, these cards come down and they flip around. And so I'm working on that animation, the cards coming down and flipping around, and I just added the text. So the text is now flipping around, it's localized, and then right now I'm adding a scroll bar so that when the text bleeds off this description box, it will stick within the scroll bar. And I'm also working on some pixel art as well, which is this orc. And I just redrew his anatomy, and I need to work on his shading and stuff too. I wanted to make him wider and buffer, and now he's super wide, super buff. And yeah, I was just working on like reworking the shading on his hands actually. That's still work in progress. I just needed to, these fingers aren't making sense and they need to wrap around a little better. So I'm slowly working on that. Second most, of course, is the crying wolvie. Let's go. Game's looking so good. Thank you, Dura. Yeah, it's coming along, man. It's coming along. We got the interface in, and now you can see like the stats of the target that you have selected. You see like their current HP and just some information about them, like their speed, their armor, their attack power, and their little name, the giant troll and the orc grunt. And I had this new little like gauge in the middle that shows where you're aiming. Like you can only aim, you can aim like your left and your right to the respective sides, or you can have them shoot both left and right. Just in case you want to like concentrate fire. And yeah, and so like I'm working on right now the deck builder system. So when you earn a card, basically just that initial animation, you know, like the card comes in, you select the card, and then it goes down into your deck. So that's like what I'm working on is, but it's like, you know, little by little. I got to get the glow to only show up on hover, not on like click. So I got to fix that. And then I got to get the scroll bar to work for when the text is too long for the box. So I'm working on that right now. And then of course, when you actually select it, it actually has to get selected. It's all coming together, little by little. Little by little. You just keep laying bricks, one little brick at a time. One day it might all come together. Who knows? Nobody knows. So where was I, guys? I was adding the scroll bar. What was I worried about? I was potentially worried about the positioning. I was also worried about the animation. Oh, I was thinking about its initial positioning. So that is based on, well, the ace sprite. It's not in its final position. Well, look, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I just want to build this to see what errors I get, but let's resolve these errors first. So that's no longer an issue. And this, what do you mean that's not defined? Guess I spelled it wrong. So I'm going to just let this build and see if there's any errors, and I will be right back. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I shall return shortly, but please enjoy this half-drawn orc. I'll be right back. Just be like a minute. I've returned. It seems like it built. Is there any errors? Seems like not. All right, so let's just see if it even shows up. I'm not even... Let me get fully hooked in here. This game looks sick. Thank you, man. It is coming together. Is the scroll bar even going to show up? Oh, it broke. It broke. I'm getting a segmentation fault. And it must be because I'm calling this before it even gets built. I guess I need to do a null check. So here, let's do close grimoire, close a sprite. So in the card sprite, where I go to change the focus, this is on the hover. So we're gonna say, this should already be like a non-issue actually. But I don't see how this would be called. We'll make sure that it has a null pointer value prior. Let's build again. See what's the real issue, guys. Give me the real issue. I want to fix the real problem. All right, let's keep fixing this hand. Ooh. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, ba-da, ba-da, da, 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 da. Offer some breakfast. Let's go. Thanks for stopping in for the Prime, man. Be back later. Thank you, man. We're already having a wonderful stream. It's still giving us the same segmentation fault. Is this not instantiated at all? Oh, you know what? Okay. I thought... Okay. All right, when we create the description A sprite, instead of passing the texture in, we're gonna do the load texture. I guess I could do the texture and then resize texture. Let's just do the load texture. We're gonna say this load texture, and this is going to generate the render rectangle, which is the issue here. So that's description texture, and the width. We're going to use the source here. Source.w, source.height, And the path is whatever I call it, description text. And give it the renderer. And then I don't think I need to do anything else. Fit sprite, that should be fine. Prom Hero, thank you for the follow. And Olivarius, thank you for saying the game looks sick. I appreciate that. So we had to load the texture. That should be the underlying issue. What I'm really concerned with though is that the position of the scroll bar is going to be like really weird through the animation, because I don't think I've ever moved around a scroll bar before. So I have to really probably get into the mechanics of how the scroll bar class, the scroll class is built, and try to determine if there's something that needs to be modified for it. We will see. All right. All right, it looks messed up. But it's okay. Oh, you guys see the little version of it? So let me show you. So currently, let me show you how fucked up it is. So those little boxes where the description's supposed to be, that's like the background textures of the scroll bar. And that's based on the images that I sent it, because it's built currently for the grimoire. I don't think I've used the scroll bar for anything else yet. So I need to probably go back into the scroll bar class and potentially do some stuff to help it be more free of the grimoire treatment. But currently it looks like it's not sizing correctly, and I thought this would be a problem because of the initial instantiation. It is the right position, but the size. You know what? Let's put it back in a small mode here. I want to actually see what the deal is. So when we go into here and we go to the change, just hit the update here. I want to actually see what the scroll. Well, first we need to see the description, a sprite, and see if there is a rhyme or reason to what's going on. All right, so it has a texture, flip none. Its exposition is fucked. Let me see. What about the destination? But the destination looks fine. That's good. What about the source? Source 008636. This should be good. And then what's the render rect? The current frame is 0. It should always be 0. And this class, and then so here we got our 0, and our value is 00, 86, 36. Wait a second, isn't that supposed to be the source? Should be based off of, oh no, we're not dealing with the, okay, you gotta remember, I'm dealing with the description text, and so it'll always be source 0, 30 or 86 by 36, fine. And so its position, its destination being 206 by 1028. It's good. All right, show me the scroll bar. All this checks out. Now, I haven't really cracked open the scroll bar at all, so it's probably the initial positioning doesn't get updated. So let's see, what's your distribution? Yeah, yep. Look at it. Look at it. It's fucked up. 28 by 112, 112. You know what I like to do? Instead of saying 112, I like to say it's 11.2 to really fuck with people. Like if you're giving people directions and they need to go on the 404, you just say, go to the 44. Oh, stupidity. It's contagious. All right, let's see. So it's the initial positioning. The reason why I pushed it back to here, the source and the width, that shouldn't change. This is based on the A sprites. I should give. So as I animate the scroll bar, I think I'm gonna have to be animating the description and the scroll bar together. And because this initial positioning is gonna be not good, because it's the destination of the scroll bar that needs to match it needs to match. So maybe just on the draw. So description, A sprites. (86 by 36). In the description, is it? I guess it would be identical. What else about you, scroll? That's your basic size. What about everything else? There's the scroll bar. 12 by 105. See, it has all of its positioning. All right, I think I can trick the system here. So when I initially create this, the entire card is invisible. All right. So then I can give the card itself, after I run the animation, I will know the final position where the scroll bar will show up. So all I got to do is say description let's just see on the update when we are in the front flip complete, text in complete. So here, so we get the size of the vector -1, the 0 indexing, stuff that into here, and then we will give it the final XY with height positioning. That'll automatically be set correct once the visibility is set to true. So then it'll do that. Then it'll feed that into the scroll bar, and then the scroll bar should be based on those numbers. So let's take a look. Close some of these. What's your deal, scroll bar? You're only a 254 line class. You're not super big. I should probably just study you. So we got our scroll bar, we got our scrubber, we have our shadow top. Can I enable disable the shadow? I mean, the shadow's a good thing, but I need to base it off of whatever I pass it. So whatever, it's going to currently look like shit. Scrubber. Scrubber, I barely know her. All right, let's see it. Oh, I had a breakpoint. Do it. Hey. Oi. So that that's the big old you see that big old thing on the left? That's the scrub bar, that little leaf. So it's totally messed up. But we're starting to go somewhere. The X position would change, but that should be accounted for on that animation on the in. So that shouldn't matter. Why are they different? Let's see what we got. This is off of the first card, and that, all right, this, and description easing in, final is 206 by 1028 with the 86 by 27. 86 by 27, that should be consistent. And we're going to look at the description. Actually, that won't matter. We want to look at the scroll position here. The X looks promising. All right, yeah, that's matching. That's good. Okay. The scroll bar, it's there. It's just not perfectly constructed yet. This is the first time I'm using the scroll bar outside of, like, before when I originally built it, there was only one other scenario where it was built for. And that was the grimoire. And I could actually probably run it over top here. So here's the grimoire. Here's the scroll bar working, guys. Wait, let me show you the big boy here. So this is the scroll bar. You see this little leaf here? This is the scroll bar. You can click on it. You can mouse wheel it. It's not fully, I mean, that's what we're trying to get working here in its basic form. That's why it looks like there's a, like the grimoire page texture behind it, because it's currently, I'm using the images. I'm passing it the images that I'm passing to this to create the scroll bar, but I should be able to pass it custom images. And so we'll make like a little like scroll bar system for the card. But I'm just trying to get it to work as it is, just to get started. So that's this little leaf thing. That's what you're seeing on the card to the left here. It's just all stretched and fucked up. And then on these other ones, you're seeing like the page texture, I guess, which I'm not sure why that texture is there. It might be like the top shadow, but first things first, we just need to get it to be the proper size. So I need to just continue going through the code. And so I did a little breakpoint here, and I'm going to see where the first like discrepancy is. The first thing that says, hey, this is incomplete. And this looks good so far. There's obviously a bunch of shit wrong with it. So I just have to like go piece by piece and see what's missing. And this is without me yet going through the scroll bar class to fully understand how it's built. So I probably should do that first. I'm just hoping I can kind of ham fist my way through this. Whatever ham fist even means. Ham hock. Let's see. I actually want to just look at these images so I can understand a little more. So I pass it the scrub bar, scrubber, and scroll shadow. Scrub bar is this. Okay. The scrub. So I think that's actually what we're seeing. It's not the texture. It's like the scrub bar maybe getting maximized. Here's the scrubber. And then we have the scroll shadow, which is just this little sample. And then scroll top, another little sample. And the bottom. So those are all fine. So we must be seeing the scroll bar getting stretched. So that I think is the visual we're getting when we see those little white squares, because everything's getting stretched for whatever reason. Which is weird unto itself. you know, I think I'll just walk through that class real quick just to remember everything that I did. It's not like a super complicated class. So I'm gonna eat some sunflower seeds here. Okay, I noticed that there was a few missing items here. I also noticed that when the scroll bar is instantiated, I pass in the the scroll window width and the scroll window heights. And I guess here in the grimoire, when I do that, I am passing it a height straight up. Right, because that initial height is like the default, like max visible space. And so then here, whoa. All right. Enough of your hooting and hauling. Excuse me. Where are we now? Further along? I see nothing. Okay. What am I missing now? I don't know. Are you sitting at the top, looking like an asshole? Are you around? I don't see it anywhere. Where is the description? Where's your visibility? Visible true. What about scroll bar? True. Where are you, little scroll bar? True. All right, is the individual, let's see, scroll bar. Do I have to do the two visible function? Haha! I have found another issue. Yes. So I guess I would do that when the back is false. True. All right, build it.
Come on.
Rooney, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hey, look. One of them looks right. Even though I don't see the actual description, it's almost got a scroll bar. Look at it, it's such a big scroll bar too. So one of them renders correctly, the rest don't. Why? Have I not designed it to support multiple scroll bars on the same screen? By George, I have not. How sloppy of me. Alas, I would like to at least get one of them working. And then we can worry about making sure multiples work. unless that's an underlying cause. Why would that be so big though? All right, let's debug. Sorry, you guys can't really see that, can you? All right, here's the big nasty. Look at the big old scroll bar. You see it? It's the one in the middle. It's scrolling nothing. All right, you saw it. Now, will you make it inherit the color of the card? Well, the scroll bar is not going to need to because it's going to be inside the description box. It's going to be like a little brown scrubber and like a tinted lighter brown for the scrub bar. And the shadow, I might even be able to use the same shadow. It's all going to be very subtle stuff. But currently I'm just utilizing the Grimoire scrub stuff because I haven't made the new assets, and I'm just trying to see what I can do here. I should probably make like a default scrubber that could work in any scenario, meaning it's dynamically created. Because what I'm thinking, it would be entirely structural, like little rectangles and stuff, which I could totally generate with STL Draw Fill Rect, I think. I might just do that. But let's see, where are we at? Why is this, what's the deal? Can we get more information, please? We also have to acknowledge that we're looking at the first card. Can we see? I want to look at the one that's actually kind of looks maybe like it's working. What was, did I not save the deal order? I guess not. But we can assume that this one is the secondary one. Second in the list. And let's see. What's a knit axe? Where did that come from? Grimoire, when we feed Grimoire. I guess we would be description. Oh no, we wouldn't get that here. We would get that from so that's that. So what are we missing? We don't need that in the header. You're already there. I'm a little at a loss, but keep pushing until something reveals itself to me. So right here, okay, so I guess we could add that to this draw. So let's stop that. Put these draws together on the Grim. Did I draw? I did draw it secondary, but no, I did the page after. So Grimoire, draw the scroll bar, then draw the page. So we need to draw a description after. Does the update matter? Update order? Update, wait, scroll, update. All right, so all we did was we added the card move for camera changes, which we haven't fully factored in otherwise, but for now we're just testing in the main camera view. Change the draw order so it draws the scroll bar, then it draws the description. This is after it's drawn the card. Flow, background, title, scroll bar, then description. So maybe that was cause. We know that it's visible set to true already. Wait, why is this a segmentation fault? I thought it was... What's the segmentation? Oh, I wanted to do the scroll window. And hit X. But I already defined that down here actually by... Let's see, where was it? Doesn't need to be changed. All right. Do it. Interesting how it changes. So the only thing I want to try to achieve right now is just getting the actual texture to show up. Ba-ba-ba-ba. So what's your deal? We gotta get this scroll bar to show up. We want the text to show up. Why wouldn't it be showing up to begin with? So we've got Raging Root. So this is the Regenru card. Got it. And what do we want to know? Well, we know it's visible true on that. Description A sprite. Visible true. Ooh, set as a reusable texture. That's not good. So, just looking at the scroll bar class directly, see if I can't figure out what else is going on here. So in the original design for the class, I have the grimoire set up with a singular scroll window. And you can click on different options. And each one of those options loads into the scroll window. So the scroll window itself, just the information changes within the scroll window. So it acts like a standalone scroll, not necessarily acting like there's multiple scrolls on the page. So I'm changing the source of the scroll window, like the content that it's scrolling. Each respective scroll bar wouldn't need that changed multiple times. It would need to be changed once after the scroll bar has been established. So this change focus, I either don't need to run it at all, or I need to run it once at the top after we've established it. I'm going to try to I'm just going to run it without doing the change focus. What makes this particularly tricky is the fact that I'm animating in the description. This comes in with text easing in, text easing in complete. Okay, so if I don't change the focus, they all load in normal. Okay. Why is it treating this leaf like it's the texture? Why is it so damn tall? So I'm going to make sure the scroll bar doesn't start updating until it's fully loaded in, because maybe it's prematurely running and it's getting hung on like an early frame state, like an animation state. Oh man.
Come on.
OC, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. It seemed like it did better with the other way. So let's guess allow for it. Brim bam, brim bam, bim bam. So do we get the same result as we did last time? All three scroll bars. Wow, is it hit or miss? So Raging Root is the only one that should have a scroll bar. The other one shouldn't. So that part seems good. But the fact that it's not rendering the texture, it's rendering this other crap. Where the hell is it even getting that? It's goofy. Just feel like I'm not in the keen focus mode to like do a lot of reconciliation. That's what I need to do. I need to go line by line, and I need to figure out where it's going wrong. And I think I just want to relax for a little bit, do some art, and come back to that when I feel like my brain is reset a little bit. Because I think I'm spinning my wheels a little too much, and it's one of those things where I know that if I like freshen my mind, freshen up, you know, rest up, I'll look at it and it'll take me like maybe 10 minutes to solve. But when I find that I'm taking too much time on something, I tend to just give up and focus on rest, lower the stakes a little bit, and then come back when I feel recharged. Then it tends to get done faster. And it's all because I don't remember how I fully built and implement those. And I think it's just because I need to add like that extra scenario potentially to make sure that multiple scroll bars on the same screen can work without maybe they're, it doesn't seem like they're interfering with each other. It's just for some reason I'm not getting it to render the page. That's the only thing that's really seems wrong, other than like the height does seem to get exacerbated too. Why is that 86? It should be 45. No, 86 was the width. 86 is good. 45 is good. Why was the like height of the scroll bar so big? Enjoy the moment. Yeah, indeed. What was the reason for not using an engine like Godot or Unity for this project? Because I like building stuff from scratch. Like, I don't mind the struggle. Like, this whole issue that I'm having is not getting me down. It's just, I don't have it yet. Like, I don't have the solution yet. So I'm just like, well, I think the shortest path to getting that solution is to just step away for a little bit. Might even have to come to it back to it tomorrow or something. But like, I just feel tired. Like, I feel like brain fog right now. And I am like streaming at a really weird time. So it's like, don't want to put too much pressure on myself in the moment. Because I can tell that, like, because I'm a little burnt out in the moment, that it's like, it's one of those, you know, when you've been programming all day and you're doing like an 8-hour shift, and then like suddenly you find out you got to do overtime, and it's like you're on hour 9 and you realize that the last productive thing you did was at hour 6, and you're just kind of floundering. Like, I know that I'm in that mode right now. I'm not like, I've kind of lost my mental speed, if you will. Because I'm kind of tired. Like, I need to eat and rest and then look at it fresh, because I feel like I'm forcing myself. And so I'm not making any progress. I made a little bit of progress, but you know that everything you do after a certain point becomes like really inefficient. And I'm like, you know what? I can do that despite how like fatigued I feel. I can just keep doing some art. That's not gonna... I'm not too burnt for that. In fact, it's kind of relaxing, rejuvenating a little bit. Sit back, do some art for a second. Because there's no friction, you know? There's no bug, no issue. But I think it's just probably going to be a matter of adding functionality to that class to factor in the new scenario. It will be okay. Makes sense. I know, it's like one of those moments where it's like, why are you doing this to yourself? It's like, you could just use like a pre-built system that just like handles it. And it's like, you're right. But ultimately my scroll bar works and I just need to get it to function in this new scenario. It can only work for as far as I built it. Made decent progress otherwise. Got the text in, got the translation in, and it's certainly further along. So I can't complain. But I guarantee that before next or by next stream, it'll be working. And there was like a lot of groundwork I laid into, because like there's the whole actual selection of the card, and well, there's like an outro animation that I made, it's sitting there, but we just haven't triggered it yet. It's like that whole section. So there's some work there that is done. You just can't see it yet. Catacol, what's going on? Welcome in. I feel like YouTube has an exceptionally long lag to the to when I see the chat to when I respond to it. So sorry about that. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba-bum. Brum-bum. Still just laying the groundwork for this picture. Do 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 do. I'm probably gonna end up like fixing that scroll bar issue later today, probably off stream. I can sense that I just need to like have a nice like pizza break or something. I've been thinking about my frozen pizza for a while, since last night. I think I'm gonna have to make it up. I kind of wanted to eat the pizza on stream so we could have like a pizza party moment, but I had a healthier breakfast instead. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-dum. Shouldn't the middle finger be the bigger knuckle? I don't know. Might be a good time for a hand reference. Hands are hard. But this is a hand in a glove, so it's not like fully typical hand. Finish it in a month or two. It's not the coding, it's not the engine that's holding me back, bro. It's the art. It wouldn't matter what engine I picked. I do remember a Jim Lee tutorial where he talked about kind of a hexagon shape for the fist. And so like let's do a new layer here. Or I think like a shape like that. Put a lot of attention to small pixels, a perfectionist. I wouldn't say I'm a perfectionist. But I am making pixel art, so it seems like pixels are involved, yes. You're in a similar situation. Yeah, it's just for me, it's the art that is the most time intensive part. Because I'm creating all the animations, and here I'm creating like still art portraits for the dialogue system, and it's just the experience of the game, you know. And all this stuff is, yes, intensive in terms of like there's a lot of work that goes into make the system that I want to be up to snuff. But it's also helping me to really hone and practice my pixel art and my general like design, like facing a lot of design issues and stuff, and tackling the issues is going to help strengthen me in the long run. So I'm all for it. But the whole point is to make like a bigger scope game and have like the infrastructure so that moving forward I can create further games with this being my base infrastructure. And I also know people like, I mean, you guys know Adam Sionis. He's making his game Insignia. He's using Unity, and he's been building his RPG for 7 years. And he's a, he's a pixel artist as well, and he's, he's been at it for a lot longer than I have, and he's already got like a demo out and stuff, but I don't think my game's gonna take 7 years, Is this a specific version of One Summer Day? The song? Day of the River. Pumpkin Bob was the last song, and the one before that was a song from Journey. But yeah, this is from Spirited Away, this current one. Day of the River. Adam's scope is big though. Is your scope big? No. That's the whole point of this game, is for it to be a tiny scope. That's why it is, the game loop is like, it's 2-directional tower defense where you're just managing these nodes, and then on top of it, so like here, like I have to build up these different node powers. So that part, like I want like a bunch of different powers that you can use and different schools of magic. And there's going to be a bunch of levels that have different enemy types. So I need enemy types to create a lot of variety. But the map is the same, where it's just these 2-directional thing. But what changes is you get different nodes, you like your earning power, the enemy difficulty, and the environment will visually change a little bit, but like the structure of it's going to be simple like this, to keep things kind of simple. So, and then on top of it, there is the deck builder system. And so ignore the text that's messed up, because I need to fix the scroll bar for that. But anyways, so like it is contingent on me like doing art, but a lot of that art will eventually, like I'll be able to recycle some of it into the game. And it's just, I don't know. No matter what game you make, I think there's always going to be like a truckload of work to make stuff like legit, like I want to sell this game. I don't want to just give it away for free. So it's, I'm putting some serious elbow grease into it, trying to make it worthwhile. But I also agree with you that like, if you're making an indie game, you shouldn't make a game, if you're working as a solo dev, you shouldn't make a game that requires, thousands of hours of work, basically. And so I'm certainly not being a perfectionist. Things are like a little rough here and there as I'm working on things, and I'm just trying to get it into a good enough state that feels pretty good. Feels finished, feels like has a level of polish to it. It doesn't have to be like the best thing I've ever done. I just want it to be something I can stand behind, basically. Because if I'm like getting super nitty gritty about it, like the capsule art, the splash art, for instance, I'm getting really like strict about that. Like I'm still working on it. I've already spent like probably like 100 hours on it. It feels like at least close to 100 hours, probably like 80 hours, something like that. And I'm still like reworking it. It's way too much time to spend on like a piece of art. And between like all the sketches and the reworks that I've done for it, it's like definitely caught in like a perfectionist trap. And I'm trying to be more loose with like the majority of the art, where I'm not being that critical, that wanting it to be like, to be super perfect. But like these portraits, the inner portraits, they just have to have personality. They can be a little rough. As long as they have like, they're not like really amateurish flawed, then I'm going to be satisfied. But like the splash art, I want it to like really feel polished, because it's going to be like the marketing thing. It's going to be the first thing that people see. You know, and I don't want it to fall flat. So I'm working it to death, basically. Athano! Welcome in, what's going on? What's up, Arusus? Welcome in! Thank you so much for the raid, Athano. Software, what were you doing today? What's up, Cooper? You're brain dead? Look, go take care of yourself. I will take care of your crew. If you don't want to sit and chat, just go, you know, feed yourself and do what you need to do. What a fantastic fanfare. So my name is Rian Arts. I am making a tower defense game in C++ and SDL2. I'm not using a game engine. I'm making the game from scratch, and I'm doing all the pixel art. So currently I'm working on like a dialogue system portrait. And today I was working on, actually, can I shut off the scroll bar? I can't really shut it off, can I? Well, we can just stop it from drawing. Currently, let me see, hold on. I'll show you guys what I have so far. Draw function. Let's hide the scroll bar stuff, which is broken. It's just not fully implemented yet, so I'll build it and I'll show you what's up with the game. What's up, Nan? So basically, right now I'm working on some of the pixel art, and I've been working on the Deckbuilder system, getting that built into the interface. But as soon as it compiles, I'll show you the game. It's a tower defense game where you are a tree. That's the tower that you must protect. And the idea is this tree, a wood elf bound his soul to this tree as he was dying so that he could create a barrier to protect the entire forest. So in order for the orc tribe to like go and harvest the forest, they have to destroy this tree to take down the barrier. So this tree is like magically imbued with a bunch of powers and has the consciousness of this wood elf, and he's like sworn to protect the forest. Oh, hold up. Let me do the bigger version real quick. Let's launch it again. All right, so here is the game. So, and I did all the pixel art, all the code from scratch. Yo, what's up, man? So, enemies come in from the left and the right in different waves. So right now we got a wave coming in from the left. And so then I got to like build up, I have like different powers, which I call arcanas. So I put like an arcana here, like some spike shot, and let's do Thornblade. And then you got like ground arcanas, which are unique. There's like the barricade, which is like a defensive wall that they got to break through, and you can upgrade them. Oh, the tooltip needs, I just implemented localization. I need to add in like the description for that. Just for the upgrade, it looks like it needs to get implemented. And as you kill enough dudes, so you can see this purple bar on the bottom, when that maxes, you will, oh wait, we got some other dudes here. Get some projectiles going. So we got like the spear, the dragon rider here, and we've got the stormcaster. So you can be like healing your stuff and upgrading. I need to like change the trail, and also the death animation for the dragon. And so like when you've killed enough dudes and your purple bar, your experience bar maxes, you are given a card. And I just want to wait for the Stormcaster to cast her magic so you can see her lightning bolt. So she does her thing. And then when you've earned enough experience, then you're given a card. You're dealt 3 cards. You select a card and then you use that card. And I don't have like that. That's the system that I'm building today, is like getting the deck builder system implemented. So you earn a card and then you're able to drop that card, do like AoEs and buffs, stuff like that. It's tower defense. And there's going to be like a little bit of a story element to it. Which is like what these little dialogue system is for. Like, let me show you one with like actual text. So like when I'm introducing like a new enemy type, it'll be like new enemy. I don't know if it'll actually have a voice like that, but it'll Dead, thank you for the follow, welcome in. But it'll be like new enemy, and then it'll be like the Stormcaster, and she'll come in with like a quote and be like, your bones will sizzle and crack when I'm through with you. It's not gonna actually like say anything. I think it might do like a sound effect maybe, because you know, like in StarCraft when you like target a unit, it makes a noise. I was thinking of like maybe making a noise, so like when you target the Stormcaster, it'll be like meh. Like some like old lady sound, meh. And so like that would be the sound it would make. It'd be like meh, and then this whole thing would come in with that sound, and then it would show her quote. And this is you being introduced to the character for the first time. And then the game would proceed, and you know, she would come in and do her wreak havoc. And so like this is the interface in art form. This is like the mini deck. Once you've collected a card, it goes into your little deck in front here. And then when you like overlap, you know, when you scroll over it, hover over it rather, you would see the full card with its description, so that you can like see what it does, and then you can just click on it to drop it. And this is like an example of one, Raging Roots, where roots pierce through the ground like spikes, impaling all enemies on the field. So yeah, that's my tower defense. It's got like a weird hybrid of like tower defense meets deck builder meets like a little bit of like RPG storytelling with the dialogue. Just because I wanted to have like I wanted to practice with telling story, like writing dialogue, and also working on my pixel art in like portrait form. So these are the portraits I have so far. We got Stormcaster, and I'm working on the orc here, reworking him, and then I've got the Dragon Rider. She's not finished. This is like my first pass on her, so I'm gonna go through and edit her. And I gotta do more for the dragon as well in the background. And then I'm working on the troll, the giant troll. And I don't know what I'm gonna do with him. Right now I just have him like make grinning, and I don't know if I'm gonna have him holding an axe or something, or I don't know. I'm just working on this stuff, trying to make it happen. But today I got stuck on, I was making the cards come in with the text, and the scroll bar is not working properly. I was trying to implement it, and I only got so far with it. Speaking of which, the tooltip. Let's quickly fix the tooltip translation thing while I'm remembering. The tooltip. First, we got to check if I'm passing tooltip the translations. Okay, I am. So when it goes to the tooltip, when it goes to the upgrade, where is the description of the upgrade? Everyone with the booty. The booty! I've got the perfect response. There you go. So where was I? So let's add the translation. We gotta find the not the update. Upgrade. So it actually should be at the top. Tooltip. Where's the up? Ooh, the name? Okay, right there. So we got the name, and then, so that's the title, and then here we have the description. So add that to the translation. I just added the localization infrastructure yesterday, so I haven't fully, I guess there's still a few loose ends here. What's the durability? Okay, let's build it. I think the tooltip should look, it should have the text in it now. As it builds, we will continue our artwork here. He's a buff man. All right, tooltips. All right, there we go. Tooltips are working again. Oh, wait, no, we had to check the upgrade. It's the upgrade that was off. Upgrade's on. Okay, cool. The cell is working, the upgrade, and regrowth. I think the orc grunt noise will be like, ooh, like a thwomp. And then I'll just do like a pitch correction of the giant troll. It'll be like, ooh, but it'll be just lower. And then of course, I just have to manually do it. Ooh, ah. It'd be good, right? Every time you like target a character, this dragon rider, be this lady. If it's just me, do you think it'll be okay if I just do all the sound effects? Because I'm probably going to do it that way. But I'll make it sound good, I promise. It won't sound totally stupid. It'll mostly sound stupid, but I'll try to make it like, I'll sell it. I'll sell it. All right, we fixed that. Continuing on the art. Ligma balls. Why not just capture real trolls and simply tape them? We leave tonight. That's the innovative thinking that will allow me to never get this done. Would be awesome. Making sounds is so fun. That's the plan, Seacrest. I'm doing it. Let's see how far I get. Oh, what? An alternative green here? Where did I get that green? No, sir. One green, please. Just the one. Do, do, do. Yeah, I just been fumbling around trying to get that scroll thing to work for a while this morning, and I'm like, just want to break from coding for a little bit. So we're doing some art. We're doing some fart. Just trying to relax. Epic beard, love it. Sending good vibes. Let's go, Nick. Thanks, man. Welcome in. You're having a good weekend. Good start. Yep, just playing some Valheim until I absolutely must start laundry. Fair enough, fair enough. It's always relaxing to do a little bit of art. Thank goodness it's relaxing, because there's a lot of art that needs to get done. Bam. Ba-da-da. Ba-da-da. That's good to hear, Nick. Life is good. And laundry can suck it. Ooh. Thank you so much for the
Beta Dungeons just subscribed. Woo. Development in the daylight.
Yes, development in the daylight. Thank you so much for the subbies. 5 months. Let's go, Beta. How you doing? Welcome to the daylight. Yes, we are day walkers today. I was well, I started stream exceptionally late, let's just say that. So here we are. I don't know how I want to do this shading. Just look at those references again. We got the Hulk from Street Fighter, Capcom 95, and we got this lion dude from Red Earth. Their shading is incredibly simple. It only has one, two, three lights with some occlusion. And their shading is badass. I really do get like too obsessed with like individual parts and wanting to like light them all the same. What if I just let that go a little bit? Doing well. About to put together the old Tenenbaum tree. Nice. The little details make up the whole. It makes sense to focus in. How am I? I'm pretty good. Making steady progress on the game. And game is life. Hopefully we'll have the app live this month at some point. But lots to do. Still lots to do. Peter, there's so much to do. But I can't complain. But I am tired. So very tired. You got this, a bit at a time. Yeah, it's one pixel at a time for sure. One line of code at a time. But look, there's the cards. Look, we got the card flipping animation. You go bloop. Cards come in, they flip on in. I want to see that again. Wow. Flip on in. The text is kind of like off, slightly skewed, but it gives it like a 3D effect. So it kind of works. Kind of dope. So still got to finish the like card selection stuff, and I'll do like a vignette also to darken the rest of the screen, and then there's just more that needs to go into it. But I'm just too tired today to carry on. So we're doing some art to wrap it up. Nice. How's the what's it called? It's Fallout 2? You're playing one of the Fallouts. How's it going? How's the Fallouts? Was it 2? Why am I so bad at remembering? Some shadow. Hello, I'm back. Welcome back, Cave. Welcome back. Fallout 2, yes, finished 1 and we are on 2. You have a car, dog meat, and some fun party members. Let's go. Cool. Feel like you are slowly making progress to endgame. I feel like we are slowly making progress to endgame. Oh, well, slow can be fun though. More content to harvest, as they say. It's a good thing. So one of those other things I could be doing here. How did I change the color on that? What is that? There we go. Let's try to dial some of these down. So let's see. Where could I dial it down? Also was giving some fun art corner projects. Hello Gladiator and me as an Elvis impersonator. Awesome. Well, thank you very much. Could always bring those lines back, but kind of want to try to make it simple. And let's see what else. Also was giving some fun art corner projects. Oh yeah, I already read that. Well, Beta, I hope you're having a good weekend and you're gearing up for a fun session. Yeah, I've been occasionally when I'm like awake, I will for sure like be lurking in your stream. But most times it's like lately I've been basically hitting that ungodly hour situation where I'm no longer human. I'm vampiric in nature. My schedule's always cycling around, so eventually I'll, for a time, be able to come back to planet Earth briefly, and then I'll disappear again into the nether. Oi, 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 oi. Yeah, fun music indeed. I'm vibing on it. That's from Dr. Stone. A little anime. I haven't fully watched it, but from what I've seen, I enjoyed it. I've seen part of it. It's been a while. Nice. Yeah, I haven't I've only seen not even the full first season, I think. Before I stopped. Before I gave up my Netflix. Because Netflix can bite my ass. Is it on Crunchyroll? Yeah, it might be. My Crunchyroll also lapsed. Though I've been kind of jonesing for watching some One Punch or something. But I did see a very charming, good horror film called Abigail. It's this... Without giving too much away, a little spoilery, there is this crew of people that get locked in this house with this tiny girl they kidnapped, and she ends up being a vampire, and like they it's like horror comedy. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. She loves the ballet. She likes to dance around. She's like this, like, God, I don't know. She seems like probably like 12, 13, 12 or younger, maybe. That's just what makes it so funny. She's like just this little girl, but they all are like very surprised. It's really funny. I like it. Hydrate.
Come on.
I do. I said. One punch is always good. Yeah. Robert, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. On an industry level, I think Netflix Originals was the tipping point. It made the subscription more expensive and also made them a threat to other media companies. Oh my. Yeah, they're starting to get really annoying on subscription services where they're starting to do ads. They're on like Netflix, for instance, they're starting to gatekeep. Like, you can't watch these films now unless you upgrade. Like, they're starting to hoard content. And the thing is like Netflix already had like only so much good shit. And now they're starting to like lock some of it down. And then they put ads on everything. It's like, are you kidding me? You're not that good to begin with. Get the fuck out. Give me a fucking break. And then there was like Black Friday Hulu for 99 cents with ads. You know it was with ads. Like, come on in. It's only 99 cents. And then like they just spend the entire time feeding you ads. It is a dark time for TV watchers. And I, unfortunately, am a TV watcher. I like TV. I like movies. It is my thing. Agreed. It's important to keep the streamer hydrated. I suppose. This one has like a little bit more. And different colors. This one has a lot more actually. Highlights, I mean. But yeah, so Abigail's good. What else did I see recently? That was good. I saw the movie short that was, it's like 11-minute movie that became the seed for Smile, the Smile movies. Made me want to watch the first Smile again. And what was it called? I forgot. It was really good. And that director is really talented. Really gets it done. I did watch I think it was the 2013 remake of Evil Dead. And I have to say, it looked good, but it didn't have really much personality. Like the original Evil Dead was funny, and not only did the protagonists have clever quips, but the Deadites were like a lot more mouthy, and they had like a lot more like funny things to say, the way that they would like egg you on, where in the remake it was all serious and they didn't say much of anything. They just kind of like were like, look, we're scary monsters, and they just come after you and that's it. They weren't like, what makes Deadites so terrifying and also entertaining is the fact that they like, and they did this a little bit, but they'll start out by just attacking you full on, and the shock of them attacking you is like they get off on that. And then like once you've kind of got the upper hand, they will revert to their human form and just be like remember the time we like, you know, were together, and like they start to act like the person that they've possessed to trick you, to lull you. And then as soon as you are like, you're not them, then they're just like, fuck you. And they get all crazy again and start saying like really crazy shit. And it's usually really funny. Like, don't you want to kiss me? Or like just really disturbing things. And it had a lot of personality. And I think the remake was, yeah, it just didn't have any of that personality. And I was surprised because Bruce Campbell was like involved. How did he not recognize that? Or maybe he was like okay to nerf it so that only his Evil Deads were like there was no remaking his Evil Deads, you know? I don't know what the deal was. But that director, I ended up watching another one of his horror films called Don't Breathe. I think it was the film he did like after he like took all the after he made The Evil Dead, he heard a lot of the critiques about it, and then he went and he made Don't Breathe. And it's this horror film about these thieves that break into a blind man's house hoping to steal, like supposedly he has like a ton of money, and it gets pretty crazy. It's well done. Like, I feel like the director like is talented. I don't necessarily think the remake was the Evil Dead remake was very good, but like it just wasn't the right style for the Evil Dead franchise. But I think a lot of people like actually liked it and we're happy with it. And that's just like if you're loving it for its basic, for like its individual components, you know, not thinking of it as like another piece of Evil Dead. It's just like a reimagining basically. Then you're like, it's a little easier to get on board, but there can only be one. Maybe. Well, there was the other like Evil Dead Rise or something, where it was the mom and the kids in the apartment. And that one was, I think, a little bit more in line with, it was still kind of the realistic version, not really funny, but had a little bit more of personality. But you know, it really speaks to Bruce Campbell's like delivery. I suppose. But it's not like he's the only one. Like I was just telling you guys about that Abigail film. That's more recent. And it's it's funny. It's got like the same kind of like, it's entertaining, thrilling because of the horror elements, but it also has like funny moments where it's not like horror comedy is like a weird middle ground where it's not like you're watching Dumb and Dumber, but like it's just kind of like, I don't know, it cracked me up a little bit enough to just be like, yeah, this is, just enjoyed it. Recommend Abigail. I'm still on my horror kick because, like, I'm still laying kind of the groundwork to the horror game that I'm going to work on next. By watching and finding out what horror films I love. And I like a lot of them. Oh, it's definitely vibing more. Let's see if I can do like a comparison to what I had before. Is this the old one? So like this was like where it was at before, and this has more occlusion and outlines. It's a little bit more slightly polished, but then this is the rework. So you can see I just made him wider. I left his head about the same. Oops, not the digital art. Oops. And what I made is like muscles bigger, wider. Axe stayed about the same. It's just tougher dude. And I knew the muscles were not feeling right initially. I'm just gonna delete this layer. I don't need it anymore. I'm sick of you. And I just feel like his face has better personality. I think I'd already made a lot of those edits actually to his face. But the lighting, it's already more subtle. I'm gonna like add more occlusion, so there's gonna be like the same contrast eventually. But like the lighting, I think is gonna be a little bit more. I'm not gonna like light every individual element. Like I typically have been doing that lately, and I need to be more think in terms of like the logic of light. Like here he's got kind of the hunch, and here he's more poofed up. A little more attitude. I like it better. Feels better. Definitely looks better. The hand looks less flat as well. Yeah, the hand definitely needed some reworking. Was one of the reasons why I wanted to do more. So, but like definitely helped to get some like muscle reference up. Oh wait, what? Did I just do that? Did I just erase him? Uh-oh. Look at this green line situation. What the hell is this? All right, let's grab our detector and fix it. Okay. Not too bad. So I need some occlusion shadow. And I need to redo the outline. Let's get rid of this old outline so we can do it fresh. But I'm still just kind of working on the basics. Oh, you're saying like give the axe more of like a traditional, more contemporary axe with like the end of it kind of turned up. Well, I'm just kind of doing like a more low tech barbarian style axe and just kind of making it kind of rough around the edges. So it's just like a straight axe. Carol, thanks for hanging in, man. I appreciate the feedback too. Does make sense for them to use a wood chopper's axe, to be honest. I don't know what a wood chopper's axe is specifically, but I do know what you mean by like the kind of end of the handle, considering the story. Well, that is, yeah, like it's not a traditional battle axe. It's like actually like a one-sided axe that you use to chop down like a tree, obviously. But let's see. Is there anything else I want to do? I want to add like one more layer of shadow. Now you leave. Well, Carol, get some good rest, man. Thank you for stopping in. Appreciate you. Just going to add like a little bit of occlusion and then probably start to wind down for stream. So let's add some occlusion. So let's pull this dark. So usually like occlusion shadow, you actually don't need like a huge blanket of massive shadow. You can use like really dark, high contrast shadow in just like a few choice areas. And I'm gonna see if I'm gonna do it occlusion style. I probably want to be like, wait, is this the right color? I think it needs to be darker, actually. So that's kind of like the point of occlusion. It's just like a few little like odd areas where you just add this deeper shadow, but not like a massive amount, just a touch. And it really works to add this like depth and contrast. or she. There you go. Looking for you, buddy. Welcome in. What's up, Tesla? Finally catching me streaming? Yeah, I'm streaming at like a really weird time today. Normally would be long done by now, but my sleep schedule is completely backwards again, which means it's almost like a normal schedule. Almost normal. All right, let's bring it together. Me too, me too. Well, I'm glad we could meet here. What the hell? At this random time. How thick should this outline be? Meaty boy. Oh. think there's still some work to be done, but certainly has come a long way. I feel pretty good about it. And I think I'm going to start looking for someone to raid, guys. Because I'm going to get my feast on. But why don't we review the things we did? So since this week so far, the things that we got done was we added a few things to the database. We got localization table, where I just use an ID and a key, and then I use my translation table for ID, key, language, and text. And so this is here, I've got the infrastructure for localization implemented, and I just have English for now, but we can support any language. And thanks, beta. And what else did we do? I also added in the detail box, as I like to call it, these little areas where it says no enemy target. When we start having enemies enter the scene and they come in, and once a auto target is selected or a manual target is selected, then it upgrades to show what your target is, what type of unit it is, how much HP he's got. That updates as it goes. It shows his armor and battle, his armor and his DPS, as well as his speed. And you can see like the little portrait of the dude, so you know like who you're targeting. And I also refined the mini map. So the mini map now has like the highlight of who you're targeting on it, and has a pretty accurate representation of where characters are on the within the actual field. And each minimap character has their own unique color scheme as well. So that is like additionally to help you like identify like what characters are what. And then I implemented all the localization. So all the text that you see is now coming through localization, the translations. So when we switch that to Spanish or whatever, it will be good. And then I started the card class, which is where we have this initial animation of the cards coming in and flipping. And I got to the point of getting the description in with the scroll bar, but that's not fully functional yet. So that's the next thing I got to solve. And then you got to make it so you actually select one of the cards, and then it comes down into your deck. And then when you roll over it, you see the big version of it. And then when you click it, it's played. And so all of that's going to like be additional animation. And for now, I'm just getting the infrastructure in, but it needs to probably be a little bit more elaborate in terms of like the visual effects. So right now it's just getting the bare bones in, and then I'll do a pass like to enhance things. So on top of that, been working on the portraits. So today we did the orc, and yesterday I was working on the troll, but didn't really finish him. Just kind of did like a rough pass. So he still has more work that needs to be done, but he started. And then of course, the Dragon Rider, which is a hot orc babe. But I think I need to fix up her anatomy a little bit. Again, it's one of those things, like my instinct when I draw is to make things really narrow. And so I think like I need to probably lengthen her and widen her. Like there's probably just a few like tweaks, and I know her shoulder, it needs to be a little bigger. There's like a few anatomical tweaks that I need to do. And then I might, redo the shading a little bit. But I like where it's coming, where it's at so far. Like I feel like it's a decent pass. I think her face is like relatively good. The hair, I might want to try to elaborate on a little bit more. And then for sure the dragon. I like the eye of the dragon. I think it looks really good. Might need a little bit of love. There's one thing I actually saw that I want to change right now, which is this. dot. But aside from that, the rest of the dragon needs more. He's a little flat right now, so he needs a little bit more shading and rendering. But that's coming along. And then I did get the new enemy dialogue looking decent. So I wanted to have it so that it's like it says new enemy, but then it has like an axe in the background, and then it was going to be like the tree. But I was also thinking maybe I should change it. Instead of the tree, it should be the thorn blade, you know, so that the thorn blade and the axe are clashing. So it'll be like chink, like they come together, and then the title comes in, new enemy. And then the character will come in and be like, rah. Yeah. But yeah. So things are steadily moving forward with greatness. Let's see, let's close these references. I want to save that reference actually. I have a reference folder. Red Earth. I like those muscles. And the lighting too. Not like completely perfect to what I would do, but there's a lot of shape language there I'm really into. So yeah. Another very productive stream, and I will be tackling scroll bar business off stream maybe later today, but maybe I'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. But I will be back on Monday, and hopefully the deck system will be a lot further along, so that we can continue working on getting an actual card to play. And then we have the dialogue system does have to be built. It's like the whole like new enemy sequence has to be implemented. We also have to get one new enemy and 4 more arcanas. And then that will be enough for the demo. But I think I'll probably put a lot of focus on getting the capsule art completed next week. So we'll probably have to like kind of halt things a little bit and focus on getting that art like pushed out, because I've been hanging on to it for too long. And I've wanted it to be done for a long time. So it's one of those things where we may just have to put a nice deep focus on it and push it through that door. So I'm going to start looking for someone to raid. I think we're going to raid Pixel Artist. And Lardison Mortier, he's on. He was a pixel artist I was trying to remember the name of. Lardison Martier, he's French, but I forgot how to pronounce his name. But he's awesome. Let's see. I want to raid this pixel artist who I believe is Canadian. He's really high energy, and he is he's a great pixel artist, and he's like very established as a pixel artist too. So it's like it's cool. It's outside of game dev. He like literally is just doing straight pixel art. I think he does like pixel art for like game devs and stuff like that. But he is, it'd be nice to kind of share some pixel art with him and So we should actually save out. Save it out. Let's get some art ready so I can share with him. Just be easy to share with getting everything ready. Oh, and it looks like let me see, actually. Yeah, okay. Sharing is caring. Beta, thank you for hanging out today. Thank you for all the booty emotes and for people cruising in and lurking, man. I really appreciate you guys. So I will be back on Monday. I'm always trying to adhere to the Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. And it always turns into what is happening now, which is chaos. But I'm always trying to stream. So I will see you on Monday. I plan to be here on Monday at some point, even if it's like right at the end of Monday and it's like overnight into Tuesday, which is kind of usually the case. But let me get the final songs going. You know what that means. That's that song. We're starting the raid. And I'm going to end the YouTube stream. Thank you for watching on YouTube. Even if you're watching the video, I appreciate you. I will be back Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. And I'm going to stop it now. I'll see you later, YouTube.